Hello? There we go. Hi. Hello, everybody. I have the most... I gotta take a picture. Hold on, before something changes. I have the most eeped up little guy in my arms right now. So eepy. So comfy cozy. Wow. Absolutely gorgeous. Wonderful. Thanks, baby cat. I wonder, let's see, maybe if I can switch over you guys. He's kind of low in my lap right now, but oh, you can see him. He's right here. I would be sitting up, but I'm busy holding this guy. Hi, hello. Maybe I feel like I'm gonna disturb him. But here he is. My special little guy. So wonderful, so perfect. Are you my angel? Hmm? Oh, 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 oh. Wow. um, so here's your fun little update. He went to the vet on Tuesday and got a clean bill of health. So he's doing fantastic. So I keep saying, my perfect baby boy with a clean bill of health. He's got nothing wrong with him. Except for that he's kind of stupid about some things, but like, medically he's okay. He's fine. Ugh. But they had to take some of his blood to do a little blood test, and so he has like this little shaven spot on his neck. Looks a little silly, but otherwise he's doing great. And he was such a good boy at the vet too. He was so well behaved and not an issue. Also, he lost a pound. So now he's officially 16 pounds. He's like a little over 16 pounds, but then that made me remember that he was 17 pounds. And even then, like, the lowest he should be is like 15. He's just big. He's just a big guy. So, you know how it goes when your cat is fucking gigantic. Anyway, I guess I will take this moment to remind everybody real quick. I forgot it's a thing that it's September. So subs are like cheaper, I guess. If you ever wanted to get one, now is the time. I'm not here to necessarily push it. I don't care. I do appreciate, obviously, any subs or anything that you guys end up giving me. But not needed. But if you ever wanted to, I guess now would save you some money. So but anyway, hi everybody. Let me pull up, where is it? There it is. Let me pull up having some music in the background. No, I'm not signed in. Oh, it's been so long. How do I do that? What's my password? Uh-oh. Hi, I hope everybody is doing okay. I've been so busy, specifically like this month. Like, I've been pretty busy in general. Just since like spring, I have been doing multiple things like every single month that has caused me to travel. Either it's for like cons or what have you. Hold on a second. Okay, sure. No problem. That's, I need to put in my just to play goddamn music for you guys. Yep. Yes, please turn on. Okay, cool. Now we're in business. Ooh. Weird. Okay. Anyway. Hi, hello. I was gone all fucking month. I started my month with having to go see some of my family. That went okay. It was fine. Hold on. Excuse me. Pardon me. Let me just reach past you real quick. There we go. And then immediately after that, because it wasn't like, oh, I have to go see my family for a day. It was like the entirety of like Memorial Day weekend or whatever, and it was a lot of going around and doing things, and like it was fine, but it's its own kind of exhausting, right? And then a few days after that was me flying down to California for the first time for 10 days. Which was a lot of fun. And I'm sure, as a lot of you have seen on Twitter, that I did get to see King Mickey, as is the title here of this stream. I feel like I need a cheerier song. That's fine. That's okay, I'll take that one. Has a different vibe, you know? 5 ads? God, I'm so sorry. It has some like auto setting for ads, and I was just gonna see how it went, so I guess let me know if it's worse this stream, I suppose. Anyway, yes, I did get to meet King Mickey and 3 owls in a trench coat. That's crazy, and not very big. That's a short guy in that trench coat. What, you're telling me it's not a guy? You're telling me it's 3 little guys? Oh shit. I don't have my fucking... Okay, look, here's the sitch, alright? After we got back from California, the next weekend immediately was a con that had to be sold at that I did not have to attend, but because it was my partner's table, right? And despite masking, they seem to have caught a very baby strain of, as we have confirmed, COVID. So there is COVID in my house right now, that thankfully so far none of the rest of us have seemed to catch. I had to sleep down here last night. As you can see, it's a kind of... and so a lot of my shit is up in, understandably, my room, but my partner is currently quarantined in there in the highest room of the tallest tower, and they're not allowed to come out. So I've been very sparingly going in and like obviously masked, and I'm like, here's your food, here's some medication, how you doing? Okay, bye, you know. So I'm like, oh yeah, I was gonna show off my cute Pooh Bear ears and my other ears, and yeah, I don't have those. They're trapped in the dungeon, okay? In the fungeon up. I can't get to them. I mean, I could, but like, I don't need to. I don't need to do that. So we're just gonna live with it, okay? Imagine I have like a little yellow headband with little Pooh Bear ears, and one of them has a bee on it. And it's so cute. It's the cutest thing you've ever seen. And I have that, and I'm wearing it on my head. Anyway. So that's been going on for the past day or so, and I'm just glad I have not woken up with anything. It's a look that's serving. But that's one thing on the pile of I had to go visit family. That was a whole thing. My grandpa was homophobic about John Mulaney really specifically. I'm just gonna leave it at that. And I'm stuck like trying to defend that it wasn't, nothing about it was gay. Also, that shouldn't be a problem, but not necessarily defending John Mulaney in general, but like, it was a very strange situation. Otherwise, it was a relatively pleasant time. That one was just weird. So anyway, had that. Oh, also some thing in the wall sprung a leak, and flooded the carpet in the room I was staying in, which is really unfortunate because that carpet was new, and they tried to dry it out as much as they could, but boy, it is hard to avoid that mildew smell. It was really overwhelming, so I had to go sleep on the couch. So that happened. That was fun. And then I was home for a very short stint before I flew down to California. He's bad, yeah, but get the reason right. And then went to California and did a lot of things. Did a lot of going around and just like eating different foods. But I think like the main reason like we came down was because we were going to Disneyland. Very exciting because Claude had somehow miraculously managed to acquire Oogie Boogie Bash tickets. So, as we found out, apparently this year was particularly difficult to get some tickets. There were a lot of scalpers, as there often are in these kind of situations. But we managed to get like the 3 tickets, so it was me and Claude and my partner. And so my very first time to Disneyland ever in my life, and it was specifically Oogie Boogie Bash. So I didn't even get to go to Disneyland proper at first. I did the next day. But it's just funny. It was just such a specific, like, first time, I guess. But here I am in California Adventure. I got to meet Trix. That was fun. That was cool. We got to hang out the whole time. But yeah, I did get to go to Oogie Boogie Bash and walk around. I've never been here, right? So I got a little lost around Pixar Pier for a while, forgetting that there's a whole fucking Hollywood part of California Adventure. So I missed out on seeing some villains that I wanted to see, especially because they apparently this year had Judge Doom, like from Roger Rabbit. And he was there, and he would pull the shoe out of the box, and he had his big bin of dip, and he pulls it out, and everyone's like, no! And he's holding the shoe, and he's like, you know. And, like, we really wanted to see him, but I didn't fucking know where he was, and I didn't know where anything was, because I'd never been here before. But I did get to see Sid, so that was cool. He called me a pumpkin head. You know, well-deserved. I was wearing pumpkins on my head, so... You know, he really got me there. We went, I was like, okay, we gotta see some villains, right? And we went on, like, the villains walk, thinking that we would see villains, and then it's like, no, you're just kind of walking through a forest with, like, themed parts, which some of them were cool. I liked Frollo's part, because I liked all the candles. And then there's, like, all these voices that they're like, guilty, evil, you know, just like whispering in your ear, and I'm like, oh, whoa. So, it was really on the nose, but it was still, like, neat to see. But, like, the very first thing that we did while we were there, like, as soon as it was officially Oogie Boogie Bash, because we got to show up a little early, walked around just a little bit. I got to ride the silly symphony swings. And then I got to ride the Little Mermaid ride and see the Ursula animatronic that was actually thankfully working, because she's known to, like, fall apart quite often. So I was glad to see her. The Ariel animatronics are sure showing their age, looking a little wrinkly in the face in a lot of places. But it was fun. It was fun to see. It's fun to just get to be there. It's way more different than, thank you for the follow. Akua Delotl. Anyway, it was just neat to, like, see, but it was, like, right out front was the Kingdom Hearts shoot. So we were like, okay, well, we gotta kill some time here. Like, we could go stand in line, or, hear me out, we could ride on the Little Mermaid ride. And so we rode on the Little Mermaid ride. And then after we got out, it was basically time, and we went and got in line. And it was very exciting. What was funny, what stood out to me was the very first person to get a picture with King Mickey. Because it's like Halloween, like Oogie Boogie Bash stuff, like you get to wear costumes, because otherwise they don't usually let you do that in the parks because they don't want people getting confused like with like character actors and stuff like that. But special occasion, people can wear costumes. I did see a Vash the Stampede, in line to get pictures with King Mickey, but the people who were very first in line were a Bob and Linda Belcher like costume duo. And they were very excited to get a picture with King Mickey, and Bob had his spatula, and he was like, yeah, and they looked good. I mean, it was at a distance, but it was still funny to just be like, it's Bob and Linda up there with King Mickey, and it was fun. It was definitely just like good energy all around. Everyone was very excited, I did get to see all of them. At first, it was King Mickey. If anybody was seeing me post it live, it was King Mickey, and then Donald showed up, and then I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna get a picture with both of them. And then Donald left. Well, King Mickey left for like a moment, and then he came back. Maybe he had to take a piss, I don't know. And then Donald left after that, and I was like, oh no, damn, I wanted to get like both of them, but then Goofy showed up. So, by the time I got there, I did get to take a picture with King Mickey and Goofy. And, I was, like, fine the whole time, but it was, like, the second they, like, turned their attention to us, and, like, turned their attention on me, I just was suddenly, like, cartoon wibbly, like, no, cartoon wobbly wibbly noise. So it was very, I was just, I don't know, I was overwhelmed, but it was very sweet. I got a hug from Goofy, and then I got a hug from Mickey before we left. But I did bring my Tsums, and I showed them to them, and my intention was that they could hold them for the photo, because I thought that would be cute, and I had seen them in other stuff, like hold little props people had brought. But I did not, like, if I had just said something, I'm sure it would have been fine. But I was too overwhelmed in the moment. So I did not end up saying it, and I was, like, confused when they were trying to hand it back to me. And then I was like, oh, you're trying, because they can't say anything, right? So they were, like, trying to give it back, like, and I didn't, like, get what he was trying to do. But anyway, then I got my picture. We got several pictures. I had to posted them online. I don't want to pull them up. So I don't want to go out of my way to get them. But, yeah, who wouldn't be overwhelmed? That's the king. That's King Mickey. So that was very fun. That was very nice. That was literally the entire reason we went, was to get pictures with them. Like, the trying to get Oogie Boogie Bash tickets was on the hope of, are they gonna bring back, like, the Kingdom Hearts shoot? Is that, like, we should try, like, what if, And then they did, so very exciting. Finally got to do that. And then afterwards, it was just like, finally I got to see, like, Disneyland for the first time. I went to Disney World once when I was 5 years old. I remember getting a Mickey Mouse watch that would speak the time to you when you pressed a button. And I loved it. I was like, oh my god, like, it had a function, it was so cool. I could be like, oh, what time is it, and then his little, like, beep beep beep, and be like, haha, it's 3:07, we're like, wow. And I was so stoked about it. And then I got really excited because there was some, like, fountainy water or something I could run through, I remember, and I ran through without thinking. I'm 5 years old, and I totally fucked up that watch, like, immediately. That thing did not work properly after that anymore. It would, like, stutter and make strange broken noises and stuff, and who knows, maybe if I had, like, dried it out or something. But it's not like my mom was gonna know how to do that, and I certainly wasn't gonna know how to, like, recover my Mickey Mouse talking watch. But I sure was disappointed at the loss of my brand new watch I was so excited about. So, like, I still have memory from going to Disney World, which, lucky for my mom, that wasn't wasted money, because so often is it like, yep, yeah, my parents took me to Disneyland. I don't remember it at fucking all because I was a tiny child. And it's like, I was really at the cusp of an age that I definitely could have not remembered going to fucking Disney World. But oh, I remember. And boy, do I remember going on Space fucking Mountain and being scared out of my mind. Like, absolutely just, I could not handle what was going on. And I couldn't escape it either because closing my eyes didn't do anything. So, I was not excited about that. And I was going to, revisit. I was going to face Space Mountain while we were at Disneyland, and I did not end up getting to do that. It wasn't a priority. It was just, that would be cool to ride as an adult now versus my one childhood experience with it, where they didn't even seat me with my mom. I had to sit with some random lady, and my mom was like in front of me, and that did not help. That did not help me. I was scared, and I had nothing to comfort me. I was fine. Like, I just was upset, you know? So I was excited generally this trip. I finally got to go to Disneyland for the first time in my adult life. Now I wasn't just watching fucking 4K walkarounds on YouTube anymore over the pandemic. I'm here. So I got to, that was very exciting. I was just excited to be there and like look at stuff. And like, I would love to go back at some point just to be able to take my time more, even if it's just like a couple days of going. Because there's some stuff, like, there are plenty of things I just didn't get to do, and there are like places I did not get to spend much time in, even though we were there like all day. Because we had Oogie Boogie Bash. Oh, I did get to see Ernesto, by the way. That shit was cool as fuck, because his prosthetics are incredible. Absolutely insane. When we were like running over to ride the shitty Monsters Inc. ride, and I found the Jim Carrey animatronic, and I took a picture of it. I was paying to take us and my tour to Disney, and I'm like, why? He won't remember. Like, yay, Disney for us, but yeah, and that's the thing is like, okay, part of it too, bringing your kid that young is just like, cool, I'm at Disney. He's not, you know, the kid's not going to remember. And now I have to take care of a kid the whole time while I am at Disney. And it's just like, hooray. And now you have to fight with every other parent that has their giant ass fucking stroller to find a stroller parking spot, you know, to get on one ride that the kids might be upset about. You don't know until it happens. That was like one thing we kept like half joking about when we were like, because it was just like, God, there are so many fucking strollers. Good Christ. Why is everyone bringing their child here? And so every time we'd see all of them, we were like, those goddamn strollers. They're taking up so much space, you know, for all these kids that don't fucking remember. Been to Disneyland 2 times. Would love to go again and see stuff they added since I went in 2019. Love to go back during Oogie Boogie Bash. Well, Oogie Boogie Bash was cool. I know I was going to say something specific. Oh, right. I was saying that I would like to go to Disneyland General again to take more time because I did not get to spend a lot of time in Tomorrowland, like, at all. I went over there to Pizza Planet. I was severely disappointed that they did not have aliens spit green ooze into my cup. They just had normal soda machines. Kind of a disappointment. And I took a picture to remember my disappointment because it says Pizza Planet on it and it's just got like Coke. It's fucked up. Anyway, I got to like eat at the Pizza Planet. It was fine. But I didn't get to spend a lot of time in Tomorrowland. I did go through Fantasyland a bit. One of my favorites was Toontown. And then there's like Adventureland. I went to Star Wars Land for a little bit. Frankly, that shit is empty as hell. I was not crazy about it. Like, I liked the marketplace area, because it actually had life to it, I guess. And like stuff going on. And so it's like, I like to see like the cool set design. You're selling me on this experience. I'm supposed to be placed in this world, you know? And so some of that shit was cool, but a lot of it was there was so much space, and I was like, maybe on a regular full day this space is necessary. I could not tell you, but apparently I've heard other people being like, yeah, this place is kind of empty. Like shit's just too wide with not a lot going on in places. And I just didn't care. Like I'm not. I don't have a particular like affinity for Star Wars in the first place. Outside of like, I enjoy sci-fi and I liked it as a kid, right? But like, I was like, I'm still willing, like, you know, here, sell me this. And I was just like, eh. But Disney World is so much better when you're 21 and with friends. Fair enough. I wouldn't mind going to Disney World at some point as well. Just again, it's also huge. I know that, but Disneyland was still fun. Galaxy's Edge didn't really meet everyone's high expectations. See, I didn't even have high expectations. It was just, I was going. I was like, give me whatever you have. And then it was just like, okay, you know, that's fine. Like, I didn't, like, maybe if I was more excited about Star Wars, then maybe it would boost it a little bit. I feel like there's a sweet spot of you like Star Wars, but you're not a super fan, so you don't have these high expectations to then be disappointed. But you'd at least be more interested than somebody who kind of doesn't give a shit about it, you know, enough to be like, wow, ooh, ah, you know. I did see the Millennium Falcon. It was there. We got on the ride line. I did not get on the ride because it was like, yeah, it's a really short line. It's like 10 minutes. And we were like trying to buy time to go on the fucking Haunted Mansion, which was so long all day and breaking down repeatedly. And we were just trying to buy some kind of time. And then it was like, yeah, 10 minutes. And then we were waiting in that line for like 20 or so minutes in a way that was, and it was like not moving. It's not like it was like, I'm waiting here and it's being so slow. It was like we got finally caught up with where the line was, which wasn't super long, but then it's not moving whatsoever the whole time. And so we were like, okay, we're getting the fuck out of here. And we had to like cut through the line to be like, hi, haha, excuse me, sorry, pardon me, we're going exit right there. And then this like mom just like passed it, realized that she's like, oh my god, there's an exit, and she was like, let me through, I'm coming out, I'm leaving. And then we were leaving with like this mom and her kid, and she was like, they said that was 10 minutes. That was not 10 minutes. That was way more. And we were like, yeah, I know. They're like wasting our fucking time. It's already late. It's like 10:30. We cannot be doing this. So anyway, I have like no excitement about fucking Galaxy's Edge. I do appreciate the scale and like the recreation of stuff. I think that's cool, but like I do think that the land itself is just really empty feeling. It's a little desolate, especially compared to everywhere else in the park. First went to Disneyland when I was like 5, and the only memories I have from that time was getting on Goofy's autograph and crying on the Haunted Mansion ride because I was so scared. The ghosts, they're scary. Haunted Mansion is always breaking down. It's part of the experience at this point. Yeah, I feel like that's just like, there are some rides that like, that's just part of what it is. Like the Matterhorn. That thing broke down like several times while we were there, and we were like, yeah, that'd be fun to ride. And then every time we were kind of around it, it was like, it broke down, and we're like, okay, well, I guess that's not fucking happening, but but we did go around quite a bit, tried to see what we could. I rode on It's a Small World. I got to ride on Mickey's Runaway Railway. That one was one of my favorites, and one of the ones I really wanted to ride. But I did really love Toontown. Toontown was one of my favorites, I feel like, because I just really liked the, like, sight line of it. And the, like, painted hills and everything. It was just good. It was really fun to see. Let's see what after. I did go on Indiana Jones. I was told to ride Indiana Jones. Specifically I had this experience with, I went to this food truck place that we have nearby. And there's this like Peruvian food cart that like we'd love to go to. and they saw me wearing a Sora like t-shirt I had. It was just like a fan-made shirt. And this guy pops out of the back and he's like, "Hey, what's your shirt? Well, what is that? Is that an anime?" And I was like, no, well, no, but it's like, it's a video game series and stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, it's really sweet though. It's like a Disney, like, RPG mix kind of a thing. You know, you play as this guy and your party members are like Donald and Goofy, and then you go to different like worlds that are like the movies and stuff." And like, I tried to give it the most basic summary possible, and they seemed really interested in this. And then they're like, "Yeah, actually, we just went to Disney World last month." And I was like, "Oh, I'm going to Disneyland next month." And they were like so excited about that. And the guy was like, "You have to go on Indiana Jones. You have to." And then they seemed really interested in Kingdom Hearts. So I was like, "Yeah, you should definitely play it. It's really good. I love it." And then like the lady was like, "Did it make you cry?" And I was like, "Yeah." "Yeah, it has many times." Like it seemed like a good thing. She was like, "Oh, did it make you cry?" And I was like, "Uh-huh." So I had to go on the Indiana Jones for the Peruvian cart guy, and so I did. So if I run into him again, I could say, "Hey, I did ride the ride you told me to ride." But that was fun. That was a fun one. That's one of the ones where you don't have to give a shit about Indiana Jones. It's just like a fun ride to ride. That was a good one. Very, like, rocking your shit around. I like that they're like, "Please put your stuff in a bag, because it will fly out. I promise you. Don't even think, you know, just put it in there. Be safe." So, yeah, that was a lot of fun. I like that, like, I didn't know much about the ride, genuinely, before, like, going in. And I didn't know it's like a trackless ride, basically, but, like, well, it's dark, I couldn't really see, but it looked like a trackless ride. That was like, okay, and then you have, like, the shit on the thing that's going along, like the Jeep that you're in, and then it's just going, you know, really rocking you around. So that was fun. That was just a really fun one. It's not trackless, actually. Okay, I couldn't see. I just saw that we were, like, mounted in a thing. And then, because I was like, this is an older ride. I don't think it's trackless, but I genuinely can't see on the ground. So, anyway, it was a lot of fun. And, let's see. I also went on Jungle Cruise. I went on Pirates of the Caribbean. I really liked Pirates of the Caribbean. It was really fun, actually. I just really enjoyed that one. Like, not that I had any expectations going in. I was just like, well, we gotta ride pirates, right? I want to ride, like, a lot of these, like, staple rides, just to have done so. And then I was much more endeared to the Pirates ride than I expected by the time I got out. So I would love to eat at the Blue Lagoon, which is the restaurant that's located within, you know, the Pirates ride someday. But it was just cute. It was fun. I liked the drops. I like the smell of the water, you know. It's like, you know, that wet, watery water indoors smell, but like shy of being bad. Like mildewy bad, you know what I mean? So, I really liked Pirates. I got to ride on Big Thunder Mountain. That one was really fun. And at the very, very last possible fucking, like, moment, I got to finally ride, I got to finally ride Tower of Terror. They don't have that there. Not anymore. Now it's a Guardians of the Galaxy thing. That every time we passed by or would see it and stuff, my partner, Jess, was always just like, they should make that Hollow Bastion. And I'm like, God, you're so right. It's like the right size and shape, you know? They should just make it Hollow Bastion. That'd be cool. But, no, when we finally got to go on, like, a Haunted Mansion, it had been breaking down, like, over and over, and, like, the wait time was, like, easily over an hour all the time, all day. And, it had been broken down for... it had been broken down for over an hour, and we were kind of waiting outside with a bunch of other people in hopes that it would open back up, and they had to shoo us all away because they were like, dude, they had to eventually say, it's not coming back up before we close. Just go do something else. And we were like, okay, I guess, if you insist. Because the line wasn't in the queue, it was like outside because the ride wasn't open, right? So we were like going too far down like the walkway, and they're like, we can't have this, you have got to go. So we that's when we went on Jungle Cruise, which was a fine time. But like after we got out of Jungle Cruise, Claude had like looked at their phone and they saw that the Haunted Mansion was back up. And it was just like, Claude starts kind of booking it. And we're like, what's going on? And stuff. They're like, I want to hope. It says that the wait time for Haunted Mansion is half an hour. And we just went, oh shit. And we just started booking ass over to the Haunted Mansion. And I was just like, okay, I'm just going to run the entire way there. Bye. And I just took off and ran all the way to the fucking Haunted Mansion without stopping and got in line, basically. And so it was the last ride of the fucking night. And we got to ride it finally. Which was very fun. I just really want to see the Haunted Mansion like normal. You know, I would love to see it just as the Haunted Mansion, but it is like really fun to see it obviously all decked up and decked out and done up and special and Nightmare Before Christmas and everything. So I'm glad I got to see that. I guess it just means I'll have to come back sometime, but that was like the very last ride of the night that we like barely got on, that we were trying to get on all day, but we did not quite get there. I did get to see a parade, and then I was getting like so irritated because we got like a good spot for the parade, right where we were sitting. It was fine. Some lady had like her the strollers, you know, but it was like, it was fine because it's like there was a kid in the stroller and they're sitting right here, like right at the front, and I'm just like, okay, that's okay. Like, I mean, you could probably move a stroller back and let someone sit in front of it, kind of a deal, but I don't mind. It's just a kid, you know, it's whatever. But it was like, we're sitting here like right up towards the front, right? And like the parade is coming from like over here, and like it's like a corner right here, and I'm sitting here, and I can see the parade coming from this way, right? But then there were like 3 just whole ass adults for some reason decided to stand right in the corner here where like from just the oncoming like parade, and they just stood the whole time. And I was like, this isn't even just about me. There is a kid behind me. It's their birthday. You know, there are other kids right over here. Like, that's why I'm not standing. Like, I don't want to block anybody, especially the kids, from seeing the parade. But you're standing in the one spot where the parade is coming in, and you're just standing there. And there was so much room to sit down. There was so much room right around them, and they were all just like, yep, I'm just going to stand covering the entire parade from the one angle it's coming in at. And I was just like, and like the adults plus this like lady standing with her stroller meant that there was an entire wall here, so I could not see the parade floats until they were virtually like right in front of me, and I was looking at them from the side. And I was just like, well, I've seen this parade before, online, at least. I mean, it's a little different, obviously, getting to see it in person. So it's not like a huge loss or anything, but I was just like, how do you not have the wherewithal to just be like, okay, I'm coming in to see the parade. Am I in front of anybody? No? Okay, then we're fine. But like, they come in and they're just like a wall, you know, and they're there, and it's just like, all of these children behind me, and I'm seeing them have to, like, look around these fuckers, and I'm just like, I'm going to kill you. Come on. Good lord. Anyway, that was probably the only time I ever got, annoyed all day, was just 3 adults, like, not having the mind to realize that they are standing and blocking, like, an entire fucking crowd. Because, like, I was just giving them for a bit, like, oh, benefit of the doubt, they're probably gonna, like, sit down or something, you know, soon. And then they just wouldn't. And they stood the entire parade. And I was just like, I don't fucking know, I swear to God. Like, I wanted to say something, but I was also tired. And I was just like, I would much prefer if you just realized maybe to not be doing this. And then they didn't. They never fucking realized. So, anyway. That was just something that I was like, this is silly. Y'all are fucking silly. I'm too warm in this jacket. But I did get to go on the Pooh ride. I did get to see Mirabelle. We got to take pictures with Mirabelle, so that was nice. We had matching green glasses. Trying to think if there was like anything that was like super notable other than like I was just at Disneyland all day and I got to go do stuff and got some stuff and things and like a cute headset and a headband, whatever you want to fucking call it. Anyway, got to see parades at Oogie Boogie Bash. I got to see the Halloween parade. I got to go to the San Francisco Pier, which was new. They literally had just opened it up. Their food there was actually really good. It was like, having now eaten at Disneyland, which was like, it doesn't matter level of like food quality, where it's just like, you're eating it just to keep going. Like, you're just like, I gotta put fucking, give me a hot dog, I don't care. And then you keep going. Over at like the San Francisco Pier, it was just like, oh, this shit's actually like, tasty. Like, this tastes good. I would like to come back here. I had gotten just some like chicken tinga like tacos, and they were really yummy. And then they had another one that was like a very like big fusion. It was just like Mexican Japanese like fusion food that looked really good. And by the time I was looking at that place, they were closed, because you have a very kind of limited amount of time when you're at Oogie Boogie Bash, because it starts at 6 and then ends at like 11, so, you know, I could only do so much, and I got lost at Pixar Pier, generally in like Cars Land, forgetting that there was the whole other part of the park, so, you know, anyway, Cars Land is fucked up. Can we talk about Cars Land? Because, like, I actively don't really care about cars. I thought I you know, it's like, well, the first movie's okay, and then I rewatched it as an adult, and I was like, there's a lot of like racial stereotypes in this movie that, like, as a kid, obviously I was not going to think much about. These things are like, these portrayals are so common in a lot of the media I'm consuming, right? And then coming back as an adult and being like, okay, well, the movie's pretty straightforward, you know, like, young hotshot like racer like kid, you know, learning to like, becoming humbled and like learning to appreciate like the things around him and the people and yada yada, and it's just like, okay, cool, it's a pretty pretty basic, you know, like story and stuff. But then it's just like, I don't know, some of these things just don't land the same anymore. But out of the movies, it's probably the and I'm saying the movies, I'm saying Cars 1, 2, and 3. I know there's a lot of spin-off stuff, there's a lot of other side kind of material exploring the world of Cars that I don't like to put too much thought into in the first place. I'm not counting those. I'm just saying 1, 2, and 3. I actively dislike 3. There are so many things about that movie that piss me off, and I don't want to get into it right now. And then 1, which I thought I had more grace for, upon re-examination, I had much less. And I have not seen the second one, and maybe, you know, one day I probably will, just to, complete the list, you know? Cars 3 is the only one you haven't seen. You don't have to watch it. It's okay. It's a very, visually polished film. Like, the environments in that movie are absolutely incredible looking. But that movie pisses me off. For so many different reasons. You do not need to. But let's just say some of those racial stereotypes also do not leave And then also the whole movie is like, young people are so stupid. They're so dumb. I hate young people. Like, the whole fucking movie. And the most, like, obviously the people who are writing this movie are so mad about getting old. And it's exhausting to do. Hi! Hey, bud! It's exhausting to deal with. Hi, baby. Oh, okay. Alright, okay. Mwah. Ugh. Yeah, he was so excited about Cars. Oh, baby, do you like Cars? Do-do-do-do-do. Mater recites the State Farm slogan in the second movie? Well, now I have to see. Hi, Angel. Are you here to save me from Cars? One of my professors at undergrad loved planes. Well, maybe I'll have to, like, sometimes it's just funny to watch, like, the weird shit, just to be like, well, I saw it. You know, I can just form an opinion about this dumb, stupid thing I saw. Anyway, for somebody who doesn't really care about Cars, Cars Land is immaculately well made. It's insane. Cars Land is, like, fucked up. It's so well made. It's so, like, I go there and I'm... It's crazy. Cars Land is crazy. It's really good, but, like, it's got, like, pretty good rides as well. One of the best rides I went on out of all of the rides in the park was this fucking Radiator Springs, like, race ride, okay? We went on it twice, okay, to put this into scale. It was insane. I don't know what to tell you, other than everybody else who heard we were going were like, I don't care about cars, but you have to go to Cars Land. And we were like, okay, sure, right. And now I'm one of those guys going, I don't care about cars. But if you get the chance, you should go to Cars Land. The only thing about Cars Land that bothers me is that there are no sidewalks in the land, but they have them in the movie. Oh God, how could they? It's a lot of... Are you okay? We're good? What's up? Anyway. I feel the same about that in Pandora. Don't care for the films, but the land is amazing. You're not a big Avatar fan? You're not, as we would call them, a tar head? Like me, I'm such a big tar head. Look, let me give you at least the slightest bit of context for that, okay? I have seen Avatar, the first movie, more than once, and at one point, like, opportunistically, we had decided to watch Avatar 2: Way of Water, because it was on Disney Plus, and we had to watch it in 2 sittings, because we started it at, like, midnight, and then had to pick it up the next day, and, we just kept fucking joking about, like, we're like, oh God, we're such tar heads now, you know, we're real big tar heads in this house. We love Avatar. And, it just sounds awful. Like, it sounds like calling yourself a tar head, like, sounds like something, one, somebody would genuinely say, and then 2, it sounds like it would be too close to some unknown racial slur. It's the only way I can put that. You know what I mean? Where they just don't realize they're saying some awful fucking thing. That's how it feels to be like, yeah, I'm a tar head, you know, I'm a big tar head. So, anyway, all my tar heads rise up, you know? We're big tar heads in this family. I actually used to like the first film, but then I started to not care for it when I started. That's about what happened with me too. That like at the time it was like, well, it was such a visual spectacle. You know, it was such like a holy shit. There's a how do they do all of this? You know, and it was just if you're not thinking about it and if you don't know stuff and things like I don't know a vast amount, if not most, especially white people in the country, you're not gonna think too hard about the portrayal of like a native people being like one colonized in the first place and then having a white man like don the skin of that. I look, there's a lot here that's just fucking, you know, you think about it for like 2 fucking seconds and you're like, this is not that great. This is kind of okay. Guys, I haven't seen Avatar. This description terrifies me. Well, you don't have to see it. But it's like, it is called Avatar because people are basically like Jimmy Neutron brain blasting themselves into a like grown body of like the alien species on the planet. So it's like their avatar, you know, they control the body because the humans can't go out just willy-nilly into the planet because they can't breathe the air basically. And so they're like, what if I just have this body? And it's like, wow, there's a lot of like ramifications, implications to real world issues here that I don't think you are thinking through. Like, you're definitely aware of some of these things, but like, this is all treated as very like, wee, it's fantasy, and it's just like, oh yeah, the unobtainium. That very literally called unobtainium because they're just mining for unobtainium. Anyway, Avatar is a fucking mess. Tar heads, you know, rise. Anyway, this all stemmed from fucking Cars Land, okay? It's cool. Unfortunately, it was like really well made. It's really cool to like walk around basically just Radiator Springs made real. And everything's like it's to scale in a way that it's like hard not to be like, you know, like everything. And then the rides are good. Like, I didn't get to go on the other ones because we rode the Radiator Springs race ride more than once, and that shit whipped ass too hard to not go on it a second time. Also, the animatronics inside the ride were like really fucking good. Like, they, like, the way, because they're really big too, so they really get to wiggle, like, they get a lot of wiggle room with the facial animations. You know, they don't have to, it's not like the delicate features of the human face and trying to sell it as a person. It's a big cartoon car who talks. So, like, you know, as long as you just make it, like, look good, it's gonna do a lot better than, like, aging Ariel in the Little Mermaid ride. You know what I mean? But it looked good, and, like, the speed of the ride felt really nice, and you get to, like, race somebody else who's been on the ride. You both, like, line up, and then you get to, and you, like, hit some speeds, and you go around some corners, and you get a picture taken of you. Yeah, it was a really good time. So Cars Land is, like, fucked up, but it's, like, really good. You don't have to care, you don't have to give a shit about cars to like Cars Land. So that's my, there you go. That's that's my update on that, I suppose. Yeah, I need a Radiant Garden Land stat. See, that's why they should replace the Guardians Tower of Buttfuckery and make it into Hollow Bastion General, and then you can have the surrounding area be like, you know, Radiant Garden as they are working to put it back together. Because I feel like that's, like, the iteration people are going to remember the most. Obviously, like, we did not get to run around in KH3, but it does look very, you know, put together a la, like, Birth by Sleep. if we were to judge by the one shot we fucking got with, like, fucking Demix and Vexen speaking, and then, like, Remind, and we get to see Merlin's house, and it's just like, yep, it's sure all put together like Birth by Sleep. I also want to go to the Tron ride that they're building in Disney World, because it was, like, for the uninitiated, I suppose, there is a Tron, like, light cycle ride they built in, Disney World, like, not Disney World, but, like, Disneyland, like, Shanghai, specifically. It was, like, in Shanghai that they made this sick-ass fucking Tron ride. And so they're finally bringing that over to Disney World. They've got a lot more real estate over there in Florida, in the fucking marshes, and the mire and the muck. They've got a lot of room over there to just bring big-ass fucking rides. Disneyland is a lot more, like, you know, cramped in, so they don't get to bring a bunch of new shit over there all the time. So they are bringing the Tron ride. It's like you do get to, like, get in the bike, you know, and, like, ride around and shit, and it looks really cool, and it's also, like, pretty dark, so you don't get that kind of you don't get the when did this stop recording? I don't know. Either way, you do not get the same feeling when you're watching a 4K ride, like, whatever POV video, because, you know, it's dark. You can't see shit, so... Yeah, apparently it's really fucking fast. It looks really cool. Would love to ride it. They also got fucking Remy over there. They got the Remy Ratatouille ride that they brought from, like, Disney France or whatever. And they got those really dumbass looking cars. The little cars you ride in that are, like, rat-shaped, that, like, barely look like a rat. Fantastic stuff. They look so stupid. I love that for them. Yeah, there's a Remy Ratatouille ride where, like, you are in the perspective of, like, you are a mouse on the ground, so everything's, like, really big. And you're skittering and, you know, scampering and stuff like that, and you're in your little mouse car. Would love to go there, so... Also, hi, Illy. Illy was there with me at Disneyland. What was that, like, flicker? I don't know if you guys saw it. I saw it. Very strange. There's a ghost. I have ghosts down here. Yeah, I too would like to see the Beauty and the Beast ride at Tokyo Disney. I want to see the animatronics. There are cool videos about, like, the making of that ride. Also, Lumiere is, like, fucked up because he has, like, a projection, like, face, but he's, like, a candle, so it doesn't look like any kind of weird. Because, like, a lot of them have, like, okay, cool, they'll maybe have some moving body parts, but they'll have a projected and animated face, basically. And so on some things, like, you know, you can't help but see the whole light. You know what I mean? You can't help but see the whole thing kind of cast on, like, a physical object. But, like, Lumiere is a candle. A lot of him is all lit up. Like, you can't even barely really see that the face is super projected. And then also he's, like, against, like, a little black backdrop with, like, you know, black little, whatever bars attached to his hands and stuff. His hands. And the way he just moves so convincingly. It's wild. It's wild. He looks really cool. I'm so excited about Lumiere specifically. Hold on, I gotta, like, open a window. I gotta crack a window in here. Mostly because I'm hot. It's warm. And it's nice out. It's finally, like, fall, rainy, wet-ass Oregon temperatures, so. Oh yes, my papyrus shirt. Anyway, Disney was a lot of fun. I really, really liked it. And that was only, like, 2 days of my trip, essentially. I guess 3, sort of, because we arrived the day of Oogie Boogie Bash. I took the Amtrak. We arrived the day of Oogie Boogie Bash, went to Oogie Boogie Bash, and then the next day we did a whole all-day Disneyland trip. And then after that, there he is. There he fucking is. There he goes. He's here to look out the window. But, anyway. Oh, and then the next day we went to, like, downtown Disney just to check it out, see what's there. Nothing really crazy to report. I ate at a restaurant that was pretty mid. It was fine, but it was food, so. And then I got, wait. I know you guys saw this, but, like, I don't know why I've been wearing it this whole time while I'm talking about being at Disneyland. I don't know what my problem is. Sorry, he had to sniff. You understand. Anyway. So, yeah, that works. That works, it's fine. Wait. Nice. Okay. We're set. We're good. Yeah, anyway, Disney was fun. Would like to go back. Honorary. Honorary. Yeesh. Yeah, it does light up, though. I had to pick one, that I knew lit up because some of them wouldn't, and I don't know how to change the batteries in this thing. It's not clear. There's no opening I can find. So, like, here's hoping it just never runs out. It's just like my profile pic. It's just like Sora wearing the exact hat. Once it's dead for fucking ever, even though we paid a good amount of money for this thing. Also, it's like, otherwise it's like a nice quality. Like, the plush is nice. The hat is good, you know? So, like, why would they fucking do this to me? But, yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anything? Yeah, it's not lopsided, it's not dented, it's like, it really does just, like, hold a nice, like, perfect little shape. We did have to fold it to, like, bring it back, and then it was a little, like, creased, and I've had to, like, reshape it, but for the most part, it's been, like, okay. You can kind of see, like, around here was, like, a point that it had been folded, but it's, like, not all the way across, thankfully. Yeah, they want me to go back and get another one. Die. I'll take a seam ripper to it if I have to, just to replace the stupid fucking batteries. Fucked up that they de-eared Mickey for this hat. You're so right. That's messed up. Like, it turns out, like, they're not even actually his ears. Like, they just come off. So... Hold on a second, I have to read something really quick. The hat plus I met King Mickey. This is proof. It's just like fucking Kevin and SpongeBob when they pull off like the crown, but it like was not a crown. You know, it just like it like rips off and he's like That's what happened with this. It was so kind of him to like give it to me, but like it must have hurt a lot. Anyway, let's see, I'm trying to think of what else, because otherwise, I was seeing the sights in, like, San Diego, generally. I went to Mexico for a day. That was really fun. I got to eat some crazy good food while I was in Mexico. I got, like, taken around, basically, and I got to have these really good, like, steamed tacos. I'm still thinking about them, and I wish I had more. And then I went to the beach, and we got, like, a very, like, huge, like, half a watermelon full of fruit shit covered in the good stuff. And it took, like, our whole party, I guess, that was there, like, all of us, like, eating it to get through it. And then we went down to this, like, little restaurant on, like, this... what's words? I guess, like, a peninsula, but, like, it's not, like, a huge swath of land. It was just, like, here's, like, a bay area, basically, and then, like, this stretch of this, like, really pretty skinny, land bit that went out. And, I ate in this restaurant that was basically propped, like, right over the water. And I got to have crab that I had to smash open with a rock. So that was fun. You know, very enriching for me as an animal. I really got to go back to my roots, grab a rock and just smash this fucker open. Even though it was also, like, just totally slathered in, like, butter and garlic. I do not get to keep the rock. I mean, I don't think they could stop me if I tried to take off with it, but, like, it was not part of the package deal, I guess. But, we got this whole tray of, like, the guy, like, came out with the lobster, like, alive, and he was like, yeah? And we're like, yeah, the big, that guy, I'll have him, you know? And then they threw in an extra, not lobster, I mean... crab. They came out with the crab, you know, and then they threw in an extra crab for us, which was really nice, but also, like, too much crab for us, and Claude can't eat it, and so we were like, oh, God, we had to really put in our dues at the crab war. And I really did I did a lot of heavy lifting eating these fucking crabs, okay? I put a lot of those crabs away. So, we had that, and then after that, same sit-down meal, right? This is all in one meal. I smashed crab good with rock, and then I had some, swordfish, like, tacos, and that was really good. It's, like, it was, like, marlin, and so it's kind of, like, red, like, tuna, but, like, even when it's, like, cooked, it's red, where, like, tuna turns white, usually. But this, no, it was, like, red the whole time, and it was really good. It's, like, very, like, it is a strong kind of, like, fishy flavor without being fishy, which usually when people describe something as fishy, it's, like, not the freshest fish. It's usually off-putting, too strong, you know, smells kind of bad, but this was, like, fishy, the flavor in its purest form, without being, like, it was just, like, fishy good, and not fishy bad. You know what I mean? So we got that. It was really good. And then after all that, we got whatever the catch of the day was, essentially, which was just, like, some fish. I couldn't tell you what the fish is. But it was a fish. It was huge. It was just, like, fried up and then, like, split, like, down the middle. And it was just like, here's tortillas, here fish, fucking go for it. And it was really, really, really good. And also, like, it was just so fresh. It was so fresh, you know, it was so good. It was literally, like, alive, like, a minute before we put in this order. And, yeah, anyway, it was a good time. That food was really good. And it's really funny how easy it was to get into Mexico. Like, we just drove through. There was nothing, no passport, no anything, no stop. But on the way back, they were like, you're coming into America? Well, now hold on a moment. And it's just like, I'm like super white, you know, I'm like, can I get back in, please? And they're like, okay. You know, it's just like, oh God. What's fucked up, genuinely, I was like, oh, I hate this. This is super uncomfortable. To like, you know it's there, but, like, really seeing it in person is just like, God, this is just so needless. But to be, like, around the border and to see, like, armed ass guards just walking around. They're just walking around like holding like assault rifles. And I'm like, for fucking what? It's so stupid. It's so hateful. You know, it's just like needlessly terrifying. And it's like, I know I'm not the person who's, you know, at threat of this gun. I still hate to see it. And I mean, who knows, like somebody with a gun can, everybody's suddenly at threat of somebody with a gun, but it's just like, you know, it's not to stop me, quote unquote. And it's just something that was just so, like, makes you feel bad. It makes you feel bad to fucking see, especially when, like I said, it was so easy to just come in, and it was so pleasant and nice. Also, driving in Mexico is like, it is absolutely, like, chaos, but in a non-threatening way. You know that one image that's like, okay, here's people at a 3-way stop. Who goes first? And then the answer is everybody all at the same time. And then a follow-up, but watch out. And that's what driving in Mexico is like. That's just like, that's it. Where nobody is speeding, and there are like no accidents being had. Nobody's even honking. Everyone's just kind of like do, and then someone needs to like make it flip a U-ey suddenly in like an unconventional place. And everyone's like, oh, go ahead, haha, you know, go for it, you know. There's like, everything is just like a regular ass 4-way stop, you know. There's like, no, like, there was so many cars. I was there on Independence Day, like Mexican Independence Day. It should have been like fucking insane. And everyone's just like, no, everything's good, you know. Oh, go ahead. Yes, take a left past all the oncoming traffic. We'll wait for a second. And like, I couldn't find a stop sign, you know. I was just like, what? But everybody's just letting everybody go. And like, I've never felt like less threatened in a car. And I've been in a lot of car accidents, okay? And it's taken a lot to try not to be super vigilant when I'm in a car, because I've just been in so many. But like this, I was just like, yeah, we're sitting here and there's just like nothing. I was just like, this is nice, because I know the other guy isn't being like, well, it's my right of way, so I'm gonna fucking floor it. Get out of my way. You know, everyone's just like in the, but watch out, like, phase. And so everybody's just always like looking at everybody else, and like nobody's going insane. And so it was just kind of a nice change of pace. But yeah, it was just really nice. Like a nice little visit in Mexico, and then the really ugly reminder of like the US and Mexico like border relations that are just super needless and terrifying for no fucking reason. I mean, we know the reasons people do it, but like we also know that they're made up, not real, and used to exert power over others. You know, as racism generally is, because they're getting something out of it, but like, you know, there's no actual rhyme or reason to it in the first place. It's just to be fucking terrifying. And it just kind of makes me sick, and I hated to see it. So that really stunk to see. And I think it's also just something that's like important to know about. You know what I mean? I think it's just important to talk about, because it's like I said, it's like, I mean, I knew that this wasn't good. I've seen pictures, I've seen videos, you know, of this. But like, to be there, and it's just like nothing. There's like nothing. I'm on the beach, like, and people are just hanging out. They're just doing whatever. And then there's that guy over there, and he's got like a gun, and he's just walking around, you know, and you're just like, hey, there's a dolphin out there, you know. And I'm not even kidding. There were dolphins. They were right out there in the water, and we were like seeing them kind of, you know, a little bit here and there. We were seeing like the fins pop out and stuff. It was like, this is nice, you know, this is great. Except for that guy over there, and that guy and that guy. And at one point we were just standing there, and like I saw like a bunch of armed dudes dressed in a different outfit than the guys that were there, and they were just like kind of walking, and then they were like, we have to go somewhere on the beach suddenly. And I was like, where the fuck do you have to go? There's like some lady singing over there. Everybody else is just like sitting on a beach towel or splashing in the water, or, you know, like, it's what do you have? You like, where are you going? Come on. So, yeah, so there was that. But otherwise, other than the, terror of, American oppression generally, Mexico was great. That was a good time. It was, really nice. And just people just being super friendly. And also people seeing, that we were, like, very obviously, like, the white Americans, and immediately trying to sell stuff to us. And always be like, no, no thank you, no gracias, no. It's just, like, repeatedly. And I'm like, I'm just trying to eat, you know? So, that part was at least funny, but... What else did we do? On this trip, I watched a couple movies, and then I watched them since I got back. I got back, basically like a week ago, and then I've just been busy kind of getting back into schedule since then, right? You know, we had, like, another con. I'm, like, trying to make merchandise, which I'm working on, by the way. I have a couple cute Soras I've drawn, so I'm excited about that. I need to finish some of that, and I need to finish, like, the lanyard that goes with it, because I'm making another one of the world form charms. I'm making a Christmas one for the holidays, so that's exciting. But we're just trying to get back on track, but, like, I've watched a few things since then, and, I have thoughts about them, but would you hold on for a second? What am I hearing? Hold on a second. What's that? Oh my god. Is that Riku? Is that Riku Kingdom Hearts who just came in so gentle? Wow. Oh, so beautiful. Now it's just the two of them? Stop. Stop it. They just get their little dearly beloved together. Like, everybody else got, like, musical parts that was, like, that felt good for, like, the characters. You know what I mean? That felt, like, reflective in some way, or, like, you know, they were obviously a choice. People chose to put them here, like... And then it's just like, alright, here we go, it's Riku's turn. And it's, like, this beautiful, gentle... just dearly beloved. Anyway, so I saw movies. There's like something on my face and driving me crazy. Did I get it? I got it. Okay. So, I watched the Little Mermaid live action remake because it came out on Disney Plus. And I was not going to pay money for it ahead of time. I just was gonna see it when it was available. So let's fucking go. And I did. And I don't think I have anything new to say that other people have not said already. But I do think it's the best live action remake, generally. I do think it's the best live action remake. And there are things that they added that I did enjoy. There are also things that they added or changed that I absolutely did not enjoy at all. And I don't think anybody else did either. I don't think anybody needed, like, a kind of bad, absolutely zero flow, Aquafina fucking, like, rap segment. I don't think anybody was asking for that, and I don't think anybody really cared for it either, so, yes! I just really like this song. It's like one of my favorites. It's just really cute. Anyway, yeah, the scuttle change, which is like, I'm okay with it it feels like reflective of the times in a way that it's like, okay, Scuttle initially was I think he was like a comedian of some kind who was playing him originally, so it's like, oh, they have some notable voice, like, person being new Scuttle, and I don't necessarily like hate Aquafina or anything, but like I do think she's in like a million billion things in a way that she does not always fit. Really not a fan of Aquafina's brand of humor. It's like I have enjoyed her in some places, and I also just like appreciate there being like a lady who has like, I don't know, just a unique sounding voice, I guess. And so like I'm like, okay, but like, can we please pump the brakes a little bit, because she's not a fit for everything. Okay, it's fine. Can we like stop, please? Can we find somebody else? You know, I've seen several middle-aged moms say the scuttlebutt was their favorite part of the movie. Well, of course, the middle-aged moms liked that part. You can put whatever in, I don't care. It doesn't have to be on a theme, it just is sound in the background, so don't worry about it. Anyway, it was just like, it was whatever. I don't know why. This is a personal, grievance of mine that they were like, okay, so, you know, you have like 3 days to get the prince to kiss you. Great, let's go. And then they were like, but also, I just made her forget that part. Why? Who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't actually add anything. It just feels so, shallowly tacked on. Like, just the issue of being like, okay, I'm trying to get this guy to kiss me and I can't speak, that's already, like, the detriment. You know, that's already the handicap that we're working with, is that, like, we can't talk. And we're trying to, like, get things to happen and then things don't happen. But it was just like, yeah, also, like, I just made it so she doesn't remember she used to get a kiss. I don't know. It just felt like such a weird afterthought to, like, tack in there. And I'm not as familiar with the original Little Mermaid story. I do know things about it. But I think, like, because I remember it was brought up to be like, I know they brought some of those things in, and I don't know if this is, like, one of those that's, like, a part of the original. And I'm like, I don't know either, but that doesn't mean it's, like, a good decision. You know what I mean? It doesn't make for a better movie, it just makes it messy. Yeah, I don't, like, it, not to my knowledge, but my knowledge admittedly is limited on, like, the original, right? So I couldn't say, but it isn't? Okay, well, then, bad. Stupid decision. What's wrong with you? You didn't have to complicate this, okay? And even then, it, like, barely came up. Like, it was, like, not even a thing, because she was obviously like, I like Prince Eric, you know? And so it's like, what? It's not like every time she went to kiss him and then was just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I forgot why I'm here, you know? And then not kiss him. It's just like, what's the point? Other than, like, I guess you're not actively going, like, trying to go for the smooch or something. You just gotta go on raw chemistry or whatever, but, like, it just is so an afterthought that makes it stupid. Did not like that. That was one where I was like, yeah, this is, like, some of this shit's whatever, you know, it's a live action remake, some stuff is, like, not the best, but, like, this is definitely way better. And then there was that point that came up and I just was like, like, I just scrunched my face. It feels like one of those we fix the plot holes kind of. Yeah, that's kind of, that's why it feels so like there is no thought put into it. It is just like, and then, also she doesn't remember because, like, you know, like, why wouldn't she be able to just, like, kiss him, like, right away, you know, or some shit. And it's just like, it's not the point. It doesn't matter. It just makes it stupid. I just, you know, but I did like that they, like, added these scenes for, like, Ariel and Eric to, like, just, like, be friends. Like, they just had, like, shared interests that, like, I thought that was, like, cute. I thought that was like, that felt okay, that it was just like, oh, you know, they're like bonding over like this excitement about the greater world, you know? And I thought that like felt good, like a nice addition to like both of their characters kind of a thing. Not that even it was something that I felt was lacking before, but having it now, I'm like, this is nice. But maybe they thought her having a motive to kiss him felt creepy. I don't know. God, I don't care. It's not that deep. It really isn't. It's just one of those things where it's like, I'm gonna have to ask you to take a step back, okay? It's just, you don't have to think that hard about it. Anyway. Anyway. It was a weird time. I also think that the color grading wasn't that great. Which is just a problem in a lot of live action movies these days. They're like allergic to colors. If they see a saturated yellow, they break out in hives. So, and I can't say I'm always like a fan of like, how do I put this? Like, I think the songs were great. How do you say her name? Is it Hallie? Is it Hallie? I think it's Hallie, right? Like Hallie, okay. Yeah, Halle Bailey, right? Yeah. I had to double check. I'm just bad at remembering names. Anyway, Halle Bailey was like, her voice is so good. Also went to Disneyland, to answer your question. It was Disneyland specifically. I was in California. Anyway, her voice was such a, like, it's not, like, Canary said this to me before, but it's, like, it's not that she sounds like Jodie Benson, who is the original voice of Ariel. It's not that she sounds like Jodie Benson, but she does sound like Ariel, specifically. Like, she's a really good, like, she just was a really good fit for Ariel in general. And I think that like some parts of some of the songs I like. Yeah, she did sound really good. And like, I think it's probably just like a personal preference thing. I'm not as crazy about like when somebody is kind of over embellishing a song all the time when they're like singing. And you get a lot of hey, you know, like, and you get like woo, like everywhere. And I'm like, okay, well, like sometimes less is more, you know? And so like, it's probably only because I have like the original to compare it to, which is very like, what's the word I'm fucking thinking of? Because, like, it's not curated, per se. I'm trying to think. I just know that there was, like, a very strong, like, Howard Ashman was very, very, like, had a direction and, like, a vision for the song, you know? And was very, like, I really need you to chase, like, this yearning, this want, this, like, exasperated kind of, like, this, sound to it stuff. And then sometimes, then you have people who are just, like, listen to how good I can sing. And then they go, you know? It's just like, look at how hard I can piss. And I'm like, God, you really can. But that doesn't necessarily mean it makes the song better all the time. Yeah, some parts of the songs were overdone, but I assume they were just trying to outdo the old version. Yeah, that's not the worst way to put it, I think, is that it was just like, well, we can't just sing, you know, Part of Your World. We gotta fucking go for it. You know, we gotta make it ours. And then it's just like, well, unfortunately, Part of Your World is an incredibly good song, and there's really not any wiggle room to change it that much to like improve it, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But like, it's also just like really good at what it's trying to be. I know they tried to cut like Part of Your World. Yeah, I know. They really wanted to, and they were like, no, it's too slow. The kids aren't gonna like it. And then Howard was just like, over my dead body. You are not taking this song out. The movie won't make any fucking sense. And then, wow, would you believe it? It was incredibly successful. Really, like, specifically that song. I mean, like, every song outside of maybe the Sebastian is like, dying in a kitchen song. But, like, every song is very well loved. But anyway, yeah, there were, like, parts that I was just like, oh, I enjoy, like, this. Like, I liked the back and forth in Under the Sea. I like a certain part of it. That I liked certain things. I didn't fucking care about Sebastian too much. He really is just like a crab, I guess. It's not the same kind of charm, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I also feel like the emotional payoff, or like the between like just Ariel and King Triton was like not there. It like did not exist. They were just like, yeah. And I was like, are you guys gonna like hug or something? Like, you brought him back to life. He's okay now. And then they're like, and then the scene transition. Also the fact that they were like, no more weird little guys in the ground. Ursula just kills these motherfuckers. And I was like, okay. I don't feel either which way, but I do like to see the little weirdos. I do think there were parts in, Poor Unfortunate Souls that, like, the emphasis was not on the right parts. If you know what I mean. Like, there were just parts that, like, nobody's gonna be Pat Carroll, and I don't remember the name of the person playing Ursula because I don't know celebrities. I'm sorry. Even if I can recognize them, I'm like, the fucking who? The huh? The you were in that movie, you know, or whatever. And so forgive me. I don't remember people's names. I feel like Melissa McCarthy. Okay. See, like, it sounds like it's like a familiar sounding name. But like, I couldn't tell you shit. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I thought that, like, I thought that, like, she was a good Ursula in a lot of different ways. But I feel like it just feels like a direction thing. It just feels like they're like, well, we gotta switch it up. We gotta change these things up a bit in the song to make it different, because we're recreating a movie that's always going to be better than the one we're making. So there were just parts of Poor Unfortunate Souls that, like, did not land they didn't have the impact that they needed to. And it's not saying you can't change things, but, like, when you just make some weird lateral shift to just make it different for difference sake, you kind of miss out on what made it work the first time around. So I also thought it was kind of like, I wasn't a fan of, they were like, oh yeah, and they're trying to, you know, coerce, like, Ariel into signing this contract, but, like, they're trying to get her to do it, and then she has a moment, she's like, no, this is bad, I'm not gonna do this, and then they kind of just, like, force her into doing it. They're like, no, come back, and they're like, oh yeah, but you had to do it, and then, like, she hasn't agreed to it yet. And then she's like, yeah, you know, like, we got him, boys, and, like, the boss is on a roll, and, like, saying, and it's like, but it hasn't happened yet, because you guys fucked with the pacing of the song. And then it also takes away from the fact that, like, Ariel, though obviously being, like, kind of strong-armed, like, she's being, like, pushed into doing it, like, she... sorry, I lost track of what I was fucking saying. You watch that in real time. Me just go, ooh, and then, ew, it was all just gone, like, mid fucking sentence. But it was like, yes, of course, okay, in the original, yes, they are, like, working what they can to be like, yeah, sign it, you know, really convincing her, but, like, she does it, you know, they're not literally, like, forcing her, they're just, like, pressuring, and then she's like, okay, and then, you know, and then she, like, signs it and, like, makes this decision. And they, like, take that out of this one. They make her like, no, this is bad, and it's just like, no, she wanted this wasn't necessarily, like, always the way she wanted it, but, like, she was upset, like, she had a blow up with her dad, like a literal blew up the statue. Hold on a second. Yeah, it was a teenage rebellious thing. Yeah, sorta, you know. Sorry, I'm trying to help with, dinner decisions. Anyway, she didn't whisper to Flotsam and Jetsam. Yeah, it's true. She did just kind of yell it out. This might get me in trouble, actually. Like, I genuinely, the last time we had, I'm Just Ken playing, but it was a piano, like, it still got flagged. And I was like, ooh, okay. But anyway, yeah, there was that. Like, I didn't like the change that they took away from her, like, actually committing to it, even if it wasn't necessarily a great idea, which you can kind of garner she probably knows, but she's also kind of desperate, and she's also being pressured into it. So, but it doesn't make it any less like she decided to do it. You know what I mean? So, it just felt like it's that same chronic, like, habit that they have where it's just like, oh, people complain about surface level things that don't actually matter. You know, just like, oh, Belle, Stockholm Syndrome, and it's like, one, Stockholm Syndrome isn't real, and it's like a bunch of horse shit in the first place, how it even came about to be a thing. And then also, that's not even the case. Like, Belle, like, chose to be there, and then she leaves when she wants to leave, and there's, you know, plenty of discussion on this, but there are a lot of, like, very, again, it's just like, oh, Ariel, you know, she just wants to go, and she's throwing it all away just for a guy, and it's like, no, obviously she already really wanted to go out there, and then, like, Eric was just a bonus motivating factor for something she already wanted, and it was just kind of the crux, the turning point, you know. And if she hadn't had that kind of a blow up with her dad, it probably wouldn't have happened the same way. But it was because it was at such, like, this, like, you know, crucial little point that that, like, she, you know, was, like, taken advantage of, but, like, she followed that, like, that feeling she had, and then, you know, things turned out you know, but it was just, like, Eric was just like, she went to go look at a ship because it was a human ship, and then there was, like, a nice-looking guy on there who seemed to be a nice guy, and, like, just her fascination with humans, and just being like, I like him, and that was just enough, you know, that's just enough. She was already thinking about it, kind of a thing. That they just feel like they have to, like, fix things that kind of weren't a problem. Like, they took all of Ursula's out, like, oh, men up there, they don't like, you know, girls who talk and yada yada, and don't forget the importance of body language, you know, and it's just like, well, yeah, like, this also all feels in line with very much a character who is based off of a drag queen, not that that has to have an explanation, but it's just like, this is in line with, like, Ursula's just trying to get her to fucking do it, you know? It's just like, yeah, you won't have your voice, yeah, but, like, it's fine, because, you know, all of this stuff, yada yada, but, you know. 2 fucking seconds. One place in this way. Our new day is dawning instrumental, but they don't have any. Oh, yeah, I guess not, because you have to have like an X amount of views or something. Oof. 2K. It's kind of rough, isn't it? I have no control over that. I can't change that at all. I'm so sorry. Anyway, yeah, Little Mermaid was, it was just like, okay. Oh yeah, they gave Eric a song. It had no, like, staying power. It was just like, sure, he's singing. And then I don't remember, like, anything about it. Other than, like, you know, he wants to... He's waiting. He wants to see this girl. And I'm like, okay. I don't remember anything about the music. I just... Anyway. So they added that. That felt like it didn't hurt anything. I didn't really add anything either. And then they kind of messed with the key parts that work in a way that made them fall way flat. Let's see. When was the... What was the... Oh, the other movie I ended up watching, before actually The Little Mermaid is I saw, funnily, Missing Link, but the movie from Laika. I would kill to see Missing Link, you know, the video game from Papa Nomura, but instead, in the meantime, I had Missing Link the movie. And it was something that I remember when it was coming out, and then it came out, and then nobody said a goddamn thing about it, which is not really a good sign. So I, you know, I had never seen it. Cage folk make do, you know? And Missing, and now after, yes, fucking Sea Shanty 2. Hold on. Oh, hi, B. I didn't know you were here. Let me type, like, 2 things. Again, I'm just also on the side handling dinner a little bit, but, Boop. Have Little Mermaid series from the early 90s. I really met Hans Christian Andersen, the guy who wrote her story. Huh. Desperately trying to entertain cat. Is this, like, your cat now? Did you get a cat? Is that what happened? At a moment of weakness and a gaggle of enablers. I see. That's all it takes, I guess. I would like to see pictures of cat. I would also like to know cat's name. Where's my cat? Where did he go? Oh, hi, baby. You just sitting over there like a little gargoyle at the door? Da-da-da-da-da. They think barely a year. Okay. Persephone, because she came with it, and I can't think of something better. I get to call her Peepus. I had to like remember like what I usually get in my order without looking at the menu, so. Yeah, if you like listen, you can like hear. Cutie pie. Oh my god. A little tortoiseshell calico. She's too affectionate. Oh, ooh, what a problem. There he is. Boom. My perfect boy with a perfect clean bill of health. Okay, what was I talking about? Oh! Missing Link the movie. I can see exactly why nobody said a goddamn thing about this movie after having seen it for myself. Let me tell you, this movie has wonderful visual direction. There are so many shots. Anyway, there are so many wonderful looking shots. Also, hello, thank you for the follow. There are many shots. They look fucking incredible. There are so many, like, even just like the framing and setup shots, but like the environments and everything look like fantastic. Like the colors in this movie are so nice. The colors in this movie are so nice. And, sorry, there's like more than one thing going on over here. I'm just gonna cover up my stuff so I'm not distracted. Put this down, I look at this, it's fine, we're good, I can cover this up. Great, fantastic, no more distractions. Anyway, visually looks incredible in terms of like I said, like the shots and the scenes and the framing. Like whoever was like setting up these shots for like the clarity, it was every time I would be like, damn, look at that shot. And they had like really good transitions too. And that's all well and good. Except for like none of the characters are likable. Like the Sasquatch is to a degree, but it's something that they cannot have like an earnest emotional moment in this movie even once. And part of it is like the Sasquatch who decides to name himself Susan. So Susan the Sasquatch, okay? He takes everything kind of literally, because he's a Sasquatch, right? Like he's just not like a person who grew up around people. He has definitely interacted with them. He reads, You know, he does all of this stuff, but like he doesn't really get like humor or like implications and stuff all of the time, which is fine. I think that's a fine trait. But they pretty much only ever use it as a way to undermine the scene without fail. And like it's something that like you can establish this as a character trait, but in the exact same fashion you can use this to sell a very earnest emotional moment, to have him say something, to like take it literally and for it to mean something and not just be like a joke, you know. But it was only ever used to undermine whatever was going on. And it's never like an irritation like with him as a character or anything. It's just so fucking annoying, like in the way that I'm like, you guys are so scared of like letting this just like letting the actual like beat happen, you know. It's just so, it felt, I don't know, something about like there were so many aspects of this that felt like some guy in college I know writing a story, you know what I mean? It was not great in a lot of that. But there's like the main guy, this whole thing is kind of like like, you know, I'm an adventurer from like England and I'm going to find like mysteries and cryptids and I want to be known as a world famous adventurer, you know. What am I thinking of? Like, it's very like a pulpy kind of like adventure setup, you know what I mean? And this guy is supposed to be essentially like chasing fame and like he wants to leave a legacy, and like he is shown to be very capable of like all of these, like they have an opening like action sequence that again, this shit's all like it was visually directed in a very like wonderful way. I was just like, oh, this is very like engaging. They have interesting like shots. It's one of those things too, though, where everything is so smooth that it may as well not actually be stop motion at this point, because it kind of just looks like just computer animation, which is funny, that it's a problem because it kind of is. It loses some of the charm of being like stop motion when you don't have a little bit of that jank people are expecting. You're a little too good at it, and it kind of like takes away from it in a strange way. Which isn't to admonish the actual like technical skill and everything that went into pulling something off that looks so smooth that it doesn't look like stop motion anymore. But in terms of like a finished product, like you're putting in a lot of work for something that loses the charm of the medium you're working in, I guess, when you're doing it too fucking smooth. So that's a separate thing, and that's something that like I'm even trying to like, I was like trying to appreciate like how much work would go into even like the little movements they're doing, but like it really is just like, it's unfortunate that like it's kind of hard to see because everything just looks animated, I guess. But I don't know, that's kind of an aside, but like the main guy basically is never once likable. Never happens. Like they set him up to be like he's very capable, and obviously he wants to do this, and he wants the approval of this like collection of like adventurer guys, basically like this adventurers guild in a sense. And I don't remember if it's actually called that or not. But he's seeking the approval and he wants to go do this, and it's something where like you're establishing that he has relatively selfish motivations, right? And that this journey with this Sasquatch and this lady who was an old flame, and she married like his friend, and said friend had died, so now she's a widow. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm here to, like, he really wanted like a map that the guy had made, and she was like, you didn't even come to, like, his funeral. Like, you don't give a shit, and I don't want to deal with you, and you're a terrible person. You're not getting this fucking map. And he just resorts to, like, trying to steal it and stuff. And they have this whole confrontation, and then eventually she's like, I'm coming with you, kind of, like, enthused. She was like, you're right, I feel like a bird trapped in a cage. And then they immediately have some kind of, like, romantic moment that's, like, severely unearned. Like, he's been nothing but, like, a genuine asshole, and not even in a particularly charming way. Where, like, you can have somebody who's being terrible and, like, but you like them. You know what I mean? And this guy is, like, it's just not happening. And, like, them kind of having a romance, always felt really forced, because she had every reason in the world to fucking hate him and, like, showed no inclination of being interested in him at all. And so this kind of kept cropping up, but, like, the pacing for the characters was all over the fucking place. Like, they could not commit to, like, a straight line of being like, yeah, I found this Sasquatch. He wrote me a letter to come find him because he wants me to take him to Yetis, essentially, because he's all alone, and he's like, I think they're like family. I would like to be around people who are like me. And so you set this up of like, oh, sure, of course I'm doing this for you and not for me at all. And then, like, along the way and through the journey, you know, to connect with and become friends with this Sasquatch and this lady who's also here, and, like, become a better person and, like, make good decisions by the end. But they're like, you're being a terrible person to him, like, half an hour into the movie, and then they have him have, like, a moment with the Sasquatch, Susan, right? And they're having this moment, and, like, he's trying to be nice and stuff, but, like, basically they can't, like, commit to him being, like, a truly terrible person, but they also won't commit to him growing as a person either, because they keep showing him that, like, he keeps having moments where it's like, oh yeah, like, there's, like, no qualm. He never has this ooh, I'm gonna get what I want out of this anyway, I'm just gonna trick his ass, right? Like, never. He's just like, okay, yeah, I'll take you there. And then there's, like, no indication otherwise that he's trying to get something out of it. And yet they hold this through. They have conversations where he's like, and I definitely care about him. And then after this, and then he's just like, how am I gonna get famous now? And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? And then they're like, you have been so bad to him this whole time. And it's like, he kind of has, but he kind of hasn't. It's like they won't commit either way. And he never has a true moment where, like, he grows as a person and puts someone else's needs before his, because he's kind of just doing it because they won't commit to make him an even worse person. And then because he's not that bad, they don't make him grow. And so he's both an asshole, but then also not actually doing necessarily anything wrong except out of convenience when they're forcing a plot beat that's out of order. And I don't know what the fuck they were doing. I really don't. Like, having watched this movie, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like, what is this, like, moment of, like, they're basically thrown in, like, ice prison by the Yetis, and he has the moment of, like, being like, how am I gonna get famous now? And it's just like, you had already kind of shown that you were not looking to do this since before we even came into this fucking place. And then they're like, oh, we gotta have this moment where he should realize that he, you know, needs to put others before himself. And it's like, but he was already doing that. But he was only doing that because he never learned to do that. He was just not doing anything wrong, you know? But then in all character interactions, like, he wasn't being likable either. And it just felt like strange waffling, and, like, somebody severely needed to edit. Like, they just didn't, there was no structure. There was no structure to the actual, like, character, like, arcs and growth, like, whatsoever. And if anything, I'm thankful that they did not make the lady and the main guy get together at the end. They kind of, like, hinted at it, and then, like, it was like, oh, kind of going for it, and she's like, no, I don't want to do this. And she's like, bye, you know. And I was like, okay, well, thank God. They didn't do that. Like, you really could have put in the stink on this shit with that one, but like they didn't. But it was also not like something that I was like, haha, yeah, I like this movie, and I like that they didn't. I was just like, the one surprise reprieve that I got was that they didn't force the romance, even though the movie was littered with like totally wackadoo, like oscillating fucking tone in like and unearned romantic scenes that they kept having. And then they had this whole, like, they didn't actually show them going through stuff and becoming closer as people. They had a montage of them traveling, and then at the end of the montage that did not show, it was mostly them on a map. It was like them showing them traveling on the map. So it wasn't even like, and then we're here, haha, this crazy thing happened, uh-oh, you know, and like showing them go through stuff. It was just like, and then they traveled, you know, off that way. And then it was like they're on an elephant going through the jungle or whatever. And they're like, yeah, we've really been through a lot of stuff together. You know, we've really grown since then and stuff. And it was just like, haha. It was just like, oh, it's just like old times, you know. And he's just like, oh, the Sasquatch is new, ha ha ho. And then it's talking about like, oh, but like we've really grown and changed. But then they still try to pull out the like, you need to grow and change. Like later, even though he wasn't doing anything to be selfish, it's so weird. It's so weird. That movie it's a fucking mess, dude. The actual like visuals of it are like so clean and so nice. And like you can work your whole pussy off and like you can make the best looking fucking movie you've ever made, but if you have a monkey at the typewriter, it doesn't fucking matter, okay? And that's what happened here. That's really what was going on. So it was weird. It was really fucking strange. I'll just leave it at that. Like, if you ever just watch it out of curiosity for yourself, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. I think the intro is, like, okay. And then after that, it's like they couldn't commit one way or another, and then they did not know how to structure a story at all. Like, they had no idea how to, like, work around. It was such a tiny cast, too, and they didn't know what to do with it. So it's weird. It's a weird, messy movie. I don't necessarily recommend it, but like I do say, look at it. Look at, I don't know, an art book, or just like skim through it and just look at some of like the establishing shots and the backgrounds and shit like that. Like, take a look. That shit is gorgeous. But other than that, that movie's not good. It's not really good. I'll just say that straight out. It's not, like, good. And the jokes are okay sometimes, but for the most part, like I said, any of the emotional anything is always undercut by their own jokes that aren't always that funny. Coming in, it's just... Missing Link, not great. So there's that. And then another movie I watched... I think we should go back in time and give Kubo 2 Strings the Oscar instead. Yeah, that I wouldn't mind revisiting that because it's been a long time since I've watched it. But I do remember that movie holding up a lot better than watching Missing Link and just going like the whole time. I'm probably, let's see, I don't know. No, well, wait, I was gonna be like, I'll probably wrap up the stream, when the food gets here, but like I don't care, and like I can't, there's COVID in my house. We can't eat together, so it doesn't matter. So you guys get to watch a mukbang me eat Chipotle burrito bowl while I talk about things I saw. Yeah, I'll hit you up to watch Kubo sometime. But I did watch Elemental, which I have to give a solid, it is okay. It's fine. Especially if you don't think about it too much. It's kind of another one of those, but more well-intended than, say, something like Cars, where Cars is just, like, stupid, ignorant, fucking racial stereotypes. And this one's, like, trying to discuss... Here, I'll give it a moment before, because I know that there are ads playing right now. Ugh. I like how my hat is like really situated. I feel like this is a good look for me right now. And I keep smudging my glasses. Ugh. Anyway, how long we got? We're close enough. But yeah, I did watch Elemental. And it's fine. But like I do take issue with Elemental. But it is certainly not the worst movie I've seen. There are parts of it that are very fun, parts of it that are cute. But also, I would say very generally that, the racial allegory of Elemental gets pretty muddy. Things get a little strange, you know. It is well intended. The director wanted to, like, you know, express kind of, like, stuff he went through with, like, you know, with his wife, basically. Because he's, like, fucking, like, his, I'm never sure. Would you say first generation, as in, like, the first generation, like, because I know he's Korean. That's not that. I was just like, is he? What is it? How does that? Is that like the? Because his parents came over and then they had him. So is he considered a first generation okay? Or because I was like, is it second because like his parents are like first? Anyway, yeah, he's like first generation, like Korean, like the one son, you know, to his parent, his very Korean parents, and like I think he has like a very like white wife, and so he just wanted to like express, you know, this kind of like this experience in like a movie, and like I think that's fine. I think that's great even. I know there's valid criticism of being like, I wish we didn't necessarily have to like abstract like. Okay, sorry, I was making sure he wasn't doing anything. Didn't have to, like, abstract, like, a story about, like, any given minority into something, like, goo goo gaga baby doll, like, metaphor, you know what I mean? But, like, this, like, he directed this, and this seemed like this is something that he kind of just wanted to do. Like, I don't obviously know everything that went on behind the scenes, but, like, if this is just the story he wanted to tell and the way he wanted to tell it, that's perfectly okay. That doesn't mean it's perfect. And that's, you know, not to say anything ever really is, but it is just something that's like, oh, it's just a real world, like, discussion. And yeah, things just get kind of muddy because, like, the metaphor is not, I feel like, all the way thought through all the time, if that makes sense. And so it's something that's like, if you're a kid and you don't know, like, you're just not going to think about it. It's probably just totally fine. But if you're not a child, like a literal child, and you have, you know, any wherewithal to realize what this movie is saying, which is not hard, you know, even just completely outside of them literally saying it in official announcements, you know what I mean? It's definitely hard not to see in, like, everything they're saying and doing. And so there are strange moments where, like, they're obviously trying to express, like, microaggressions and, like slurs? And it's just, like, strange. And like, sort of uncomfortable in a way that, like, it's not like, oh no, I don't want to hear or see slurs in somebody's real experience kind of a thing. It feels like really strange because, again, we have goo goo gaga baby gloves, right? And so they're literally like calling each other like puffball, and they're like, yeah, I think, or they call him like puff something, and then like they call her fireballer, and they're getting like really pissed off about it. She's like, say that again, you know? And it's just something where you're like, This just is like a very strange scene to experience. It was just really weird. And then they brush it off like really easily. Like then, because they're at like a sport ball game, okay? And all of the like, it's like clouds, and all of the team names are fart jokes, and then they're calling each other slurs in a big argument. And then afterwards, the team does well, and then they're kind of okay, and they're like, hey, he's like, sorry about that. I get really worked up about the game. I used to come here with my dad, and it means a lot to me. And then, you know, what's her name? Ember. She's like, I get that, having, you know, a lot of feelings about your dad. And then it's just like, were you guys like literally throwing slurs at each other? And now it's just like, hey man, it's okay, you know? And it's just like, I don't know what to make of the scene. It's kind of strange. And then they use it as a moment for like Wade, the water guy, to be like, oh, he cares a lot about other people, you know, and they use that as a moment. And then it's one that was just kind of like strange. They also have a moment where, I'm like looking at baby cat. I'm like, hee, there he is. Wow, oh my god, he's a little kitty cat. Beep, 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 beep. Is that a primordial pouch you got? Okay. So anyway, they have more than one moment like that. And there's a moment where Ember goes to dinner at Wade's house with like his family, and pretty immediately they're met with like, oh, this whole house and like environment is like not necessarily suited for her. Like she's literally fire, and like the whole floor is like a pool, you know, and they got to put on her like a floaty and all this stuff, and she's like hanging out, and like they have very literal like microaggressions. I guess maybe literal is not the word, but like very like real world microaggressions that are like there, where like they drop the fucking like, wow, Ember, you're so articulate for a fire person. And you're just like, you know, and they're obviously using this as a moment to be like, she's like, well, you know, when you've been speaking the same language your entire life, it's pretty easy, you know. And then the guy goes, like, he's like, I shouldn't have said that, kind of a thing. But they just leave it at like a kind of his goofy response, and no actual like, hey, don't say that, you know. Not that everything has to be a clean, perfect little lesson. It's that like the portrayal of these, among other things, like just don't get addressed. Like they just brush them off in a weird way that's just kind of like, but like, and like they just move on like everything's fine, is I think the real kicker, you know, is that it's just like he says that, and then they have this whole like weird time, and then at the end of the dinner she's like, I had such a great time, that was so nice, you know. And you're just like but I'm okay, you know, like, so I guess that's just fine, you know, that just gets to be like a goof. I'm not sure. It's just so strange. And that's where that's what I mean by like these things feel muddy, you know. It feels like it's present, but like not really addressed very well or often. Like they have some points where they're like, yeah, like they don't allow fire people into this tree place because they'll burn it down, and they have plenty of examples of like this happening actually and on accident. You know, it's not just like some assumption that like they're just going to burn things down and then they don't actually. Like this happens a bunch. They're like, I'm gonna ring a doorbell, and then the doorbell catches fire, and they're like, whoa, you know, and just other stuff. But like as the movie goes on, it's very like at convenience of like, will they or won't they burn something they touch? They're like, ooh, I can't touch the water thing, it'll put me out, you know, but like I can't touch this log, I can't go in there because I'm gonna burn things down. But then they're like, I'm holding a pamphlet, it's fine, you know. So it's very just like when you kind of just, if you go in and you're just like, okay, this is just whatever, like I said, at convenience, and you don't think about it too much, it's fine. It's just like they like build whole scenes around stuff like, oh yeah, they like very like the prejudice against us and like racist moment, they wouldn't let me in to see the flower. And for like this reason that not to say that there should be a rationalization for it, but they just do show that happening, that like them existing around, like they have to live in these kind of like metal houses with nothing that's like they can burn is around there. They like burn logs and like eat them and stuff like that. And they like base it all around that, but then all the time they're doing shit that's just like not like, it's like I said, they're like holding a pamphlet, they can hold the log and nothing happens, and I'm like, you just can't think about it. You just can't think about it. And when it's something that is like, yeah, this is supposed to be about like race, and then one of your opening lines is like her saying to this kid, sorry, elements don't mix, and you're just kind of like, and like, obviously the point of the movie at the end of the day is that like she's wrong, right? But it's still like I said, it's just kind of muddy as like a racial allegory. It gets a little strange, you know, sorry kid, races don't mix, you know, and you're just like, okay, all right. I mean, I just don't feel, I don't know, man. So yeah, Elemental is like, I'm kind of just like, I feel like I'm just ragging on it, but they're like, I gotta say, the soundtrack is really good. Obviously, visually, it's very appealing, and they do have a lot of like moments that feel good between Ember and Wade. They do have a particular scene though that is just like, you're just like, fucking, oh my god. Like, you're like, god damn it, Wade. And not even like a, ooh, I'm so into the story. It's just like, this just feels tone deaf and weird, you know? Where it's like, they kind of have like a little bit of a fight, but it's like mostly kind of like an understandable like argument. How would you compare it to Zootopia's attempt at an allegory? I would say that Zootopia is a little more at least thought through in terms of how its world works. I mean, that's something that it was so praised for, you know, the attention to detail about how all of these different sizes and crazy little creatures and stuff live together in one little city. And I'm not saying you have to do that level of like detail for every fucking thing, but this one just felt strange and not fully thought through all the time. I feel like I need to like revisit Zootopia with more of like, I don't know, a discerning lens, because like I remember enjoying it just fine. A lot of these things are like baby goo goo gaga gloves for like, you know, talking about like race and stuff, and I think that there's always like something that holds things back when people try to make like obvious race allegories, and then they somehow try to find a way to like justify the initial mistreatment by being like, yeah, but the people who were mistreated were really bad in the past though. Like, you know, like Zootopia pulls the like, but they're all predators, you know, and all the predators do these terrible things, and then it's just like, it really focuses on the mistreatment of like Nick. And initially even they were gonna be like, yeah, predators are all forced to wear collars and stuff like that, and then they changed it. Also, I mean, we can't overlook the fact that like Judy is a cop. So I'm not going to say that Zootopia's attempt is necessarily clean or good per se, but I remember liking more parts of Zootopia in general than I did Elemental. If that means for anything, I'd probably have to go in and literally be like, okay, I'm gonna actually like look at this some more and have discussion, because it's been a long time since I've seen Zootopia. But I feel like it's more forward in Elemental. I feel like there was something more I was going to say. It's more like at the forefront and like definitely like well intended. Like I said, it came from more of like a more personal experience. But sorry, I thought I heard a car. I'm like waiting for the food to get delivered. But I don't know. I guess I can't answer the question fully. I'd have to, like, go look at it again. Other than, like, I know people were obviously critical of Zootopia for a lot of, like, I feel like this happens a lot where, like, a lot of media keeps trying to, like, kind of discuss, like, racism. And it's, like, the most babyest way ever. Like, even Final Fantasy 16 is, like, the same way, where, like, you know that they're, like, trying to do good by talking about this, but, like, also, it's the most, like, no-brained, like, kitty gloves, like, handling of the subject, but... Anyway, and that's like, those are slightly different examples than like just strictly Elemental, where it's just like, hey, like I am a first generation kid in like, you know, growing up in a city that is kind of not like literally the city is not designed for them, you know what I mean? Which is like an interesting way to I say interesting, but I'm not like I think it's I'm not saying interesting necessarily positive. I just think it's a choice, I guess. And then like it just leaves you with like questions. You're like, why? Why is it like why is this never changed? Like if it's such a real physical threat all the time. But like the movie's just trying to be like from some dude's like kind of perspective. So like it gets more of a pass. You know, people can just tell their own stories, and I would rather more of that. They do not have to encapsulate or, like, be perfect to represent some large, impossibly, like, you cannot represent everybody and their experiences in, like, one story. You know what I mean? So, like, he can just tell his story. That's fine. But it is something where it's just like, okay, now that we know, like, what you're talking about, that, like, the execution, like I said, it's just kind of muddy in places. It's just kind of like, I feel like we didn't quite commit one way or another to some things. What was I going to talk about? Oh, there's a scene with like, towards the end with like Wade, and they get into an argument where it turns out that Ember doesn't exactly want to take over her father's shop. Like as she comes to realize that she kind of actually doesn't want this, and she's kind of presented this opportunity to go to like this fancy like college or whatever, like just she can go study and like pursue this thing. But for her it's a lot more complex. Obviously she feels she owes a lot to her parents that sacrificed a lot to bring her here. Also the reasoning that they came here, by the way, was like weird. It was like totally unconvincing. It was so strange. It was just like, we lived in Fireland. We loved it. Nothing went wrong in Fireland. And then a storm happened and destroyed our shop. And you see it, and it's literally like everybody else is like fine, and then like his shop is like destroyed. And then he's just like, we had no choice but to leave. And it was kind of like, what do you mean? Like, everybody was fine. Like, there was nobody could, like, help. Nobody could just help you rebuild your little shop. He was just like, we had no choice. We were forced to, we had to go. And then, like, everybody's standing there watching him leave, and his dad's, like, really disapproving of him leaving. Like, he's disappointed in him. And then you're just kind of like, why the fuck? What? Why did you leave? Like, not saying that, like, you couldn't have had like some like just make a more convincing reason for your story that the characters were forced to like leave their like home, you know, to go live in a city that's actively like hostile towards their existence and like rebuild the whole thing. Because the reason here makes no fucking sense. Like, it was so just like, my house was all blowed up from the storm, and nobody can help me, I guess. My dad's so mad that I'm leaving, but I had to because my house blowed up, you know? It's just like, huh? Like, you didn't, like, wrong somebody and you felt the need to, like, leave, or you felt like, you know, you wanted to chase a dream or something. Like, you didn't even have to be, like, forced out. Like, you could have just been like, I wanted to see the world, and then my dad said, like, if you leave, you can't come back or something. Like, anything, right? But it was just like, my house blowed up. That's it. I had to leave. But anyway, so they had to move here and, you know, do all this stuff, and like, Ember's like Wade's like, well, why don't you take it? You just talk to your dad. You know, you don't want to take over the shop and stuff. And she's like, it's not that easy. It's not that simple. Like, you know, there's a lot weighing on me with this. And it's just like, you know, both sides, like, make sense from where they're coming from, where he's just like, well, you obviously don't want to do this. You should chase, you know, you should go for it. Like, you have so much talent. Like, this is incredible. Like, you should be able to do what you want. And then she's like, no. There's a lot of, like, look, there's way more baggage here than you realize, you know, and you don't understand that because, like, you live in a totally different reality than me, basically. And, like, they're kind of having, like, an argument about this. And then she's like, don't fucking, like, this is over. Like, it's no more, I'm gonna take over the shop. Like, she just doubles down on, like, what she's going to do. She's gonna take over the shop from her dad. It's gonna be fine, you know. It's what he wants. It's his dream. Like, I owe him this much, yada, yada. And they're having this whole, like, special little celebration and stuff, and kind of like ceremony here of, like, passing this. And he's like, here's your sign for your shop, you know, yay. And you're like, oh no, like, something's gonna happen, right? But then fucking Wade shows up and, like, interrupts this shit in such a, like, tone-deaf way that, like, it just leaves you, you're like, even if you're like, look, I understood where you were coming from before, even though, like, he doesn't understand, like, all of what she's dealing with, kind of a thing. But now it's like, dude, you're kind of being a dick. Where he comes in to basically crash this, like, party and be, like, I have a whole thing of just being like, yeah, you know, you didn't want this, yada yada, and, like, I love you, and all of, and it's like, she's, like, clearly, like, really fucking upset about this, and, like, Fire Dad's really fucking mad about this, and is also like, water people, you know, and you're just like, the racial allegories, the red, they're all of it. Am I supposed to, like, because, like, obviously he, like, had been dealing with, like, they paint it in such a way, like, as if he's being, like, really, like, he's being unreasonably racist. Not that there's necessarily reasonable racism. It's something where it's just, like, instead of just being like, hey, these people don't understand and they've treated me like shit, you know, or just, like, discussing this in general, they, like, paint it in a way as if he is being unreasonable towards the injustices and, like, disregard he has faced. You know what I mean? It's that kind of just like, oh, Dad, come on, you know, and he's just like, water people. And then they kind of don't address that, and then he's just fine with it at the end. And they're like, yay, everybody's coming, hanging out, and wahoo, you know? It's just like, I don't know. Some of the stuff just gets, like, really, like, they feel like they have to put some of these, like, certain beats in here and there, and then they're just like, good enough, and then they kind of don't elaborate on that. But anyway, yeah, Wade crashes the party, and he does it in such a way that just, it really just kind of puts a distaste in your mouth, I suppose. So it was just an odd scene. It was not it's just, there's a point where you're like, you're getting really tired right at the end. And but that's not to say that they don't have, like, nice moments. There are, like, quite a few, there are, like, okay, not quite a few. There are several jokes that, like, did get me. I was like, oh, that was really funny. Like, I liked the execution of, like, this joke or that joke or whatever. But I feel like a lot of the movie was almost kind of distracting if you thought about it at all. It's an odd time. Elemental is an odd time, but if you're just watching a movie to watch a movie, it's fine. It's just fine. I think I said that the soundtrack is really cool and good, and it is. It's every time you like hear it chime in, you're like, ooh, this shit kind of slaps. This is fucking cool. And there are like some fun scenes. There's a really nice like little romantic scene where they do get to go see the plant that they did not let her go see when she was a child and stuff. And it's like, oh, this is a nice little romantic time, and they have like a nice like moment, and like when they finally like touch, you know, I felt like that felt like nice, you know, but I just never came to like really care about them, I guess. Like it really just fell shy of me like being like, oh, like that's cute, you know. I was just like, oh, this is nice, okay, this is fine. And then like, but I had like no personal like investment or like crazy, and that could be just like a personal thing, right? But like, I'm not saying that those things were like bad, like they should have been better to make me care. I just didn't care that much, and they didn't do anything to like catch me off guard and be like, oh, I really like this, you know. It's fine, it's just fine, you know. I could see people who don't think about this, and they're straight, and they go in and they're like, I love this, you know. And like, I'm even then, like, you can appreciate like the nice parts about it. How during the party confrontation, the dad's like, you're the inspector that flooded my shop, and Wade's like, no, I didn't. And the dad is immediately like, I can't believe Ember did this. Yeah, like he's just so like immediately like upset at Ember, and it's like there's so many things that it's just like they so didn't need to be secrets, you know what I mean? There's so many parts of this that didn't need to be like, I can't let my dad know. It just kind of happened that way, and it's like, why don't you just say something? Just say anything. And then they don't. And then it's just like, oh, woo, you know. I don't know. It's just odd. Like I said, if you think about it much at all, there are a lot of things that just kind of make you go like, what? What is that? But if you're a child or you're someone who's just there to just kind of enjoy a movie, then it's fine. If you just kind of turn your brain off and let it happen, you're like, oh, it's a cute little movie. They have nice romantic moments. They do a nice little job of like showing them like growing to like each other, kind of a thing, and having little time spent together. You know what I mean? So that's how I feel about Elemental. It's not absolutely not the worst movie I've ever seen by a long shot. Missing Link was more frustrating the more I thought about it. And Elemental just felt like it's just like a 6 or a 7. That sounds like low. I feel like people say 6, and it's like if you hit 5, they're like, so you mean it's dog shit? And it's like, I mean, it's middle of the road. And that's how I feel about it. So, is there a movie I'm looking forward to? Is there? Because there have been for a while, and then a lot of these movies came out, and so, oh yeah, there's gonna be Chicken Run too. Yeah, forgot about that. I love this song. I can't think of anything. I was thinking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles again, though. I was thinking about it yesterday. I was just like, it's a good movie. That's a good movie. I'm thinking about it. Oh yeah, Wish. That's right. That's coming out. I mean, I can't say that I'm like any more interested in it than I am any given like, and here comes the next Disney movie. Let's see how it fares. And I'm just like, okay, well, do your best, you know, or do your worst to me, and just making me just convince me. I'll just see. Like, I don't feel like, oh my god, I'm so excited to see this. I'm like, we'll see when it comes out. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be, but it'll probably at the worst be like middling, you know. They're rarely any worse than that, but KH4 only cutscenes .youtube. I'm really looking forward to that movie too. That'll be a good one. And Missing Link, but like the Kingdom Hearts one. That'll be good too. Really looking forward to that one. For sure. similar-ish. Oh, my ass. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Woo! Oh, God. I did not realize how long I was sitting in a certain position and, like, putting all of my weight on, like, my pelvis in a weird way that I only really felt when I shifted off of it, and it hurt a lot. I'm gonna stand for a second, if you don't mind. Oh my God. Ow. Is this food here yet? Hold the fuck up. Okay, two things just happened. I stepped out here. Light is off. Was startled by the lights on the hat flashing, and I did not know where they were coming from. So there's one thing. A second thing, I opened the door to see if there was food that I happened to miss. There was not, but there was God's biggest fucking package, and it's for Canary. You have a giant box downstairs that I dragged in. It does not feel like you can take that box upstairs. It's a little fragile, a little loose around the edges. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's from your mom, so you might want to go down here. Anyway, got startled by lights on my hat. I was going to bring up, I remembered something. I saw the Scott Pilgrim, like, preview for the Netflix anime that visually looks really good. I have read all of the comics I did back in, like, 2011, and I have no particular investment in, like, Scott Pilgrim. I remember I just had a bunch of friends who were into it, so I was like, sure, yeah, I'll read Scott Pilgrim and then, like, see the movie and yada yada. Oh, the food is here? Oh, shit. Anyway, it's okay. I'd probably be more forgiving on it now. Not that I hated it. I just was like, it's fine, you know. Anyway, they got the voice, they got, like, the actors who played, you know, in the movies. Here's the problem. They are actors. They are not voice actors. It does not sound very good. It's, like, nobody knows how to, like, inflect their, like, it's different when you are acting versus voice acting. When you are voice acting, you have to put all of your acting in your voice, and they're not really doing that, and so it sounds not so good. But the I guess the Japanese dub, it sounds really good, because they're actually, like, voice actors. Give me just a second. Just pardon me. You know, I'm gonna hit the BRB, and situate my food really quick, and then I will be back. Okay? Okay, I'm gonna pause this. Give me, like, 5 minutes, maybe. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Oh my god, I'm so much louder when I don't have my headphones on. That's fucked up. Hold on, let me fix that. There we go. Muffle myself to myself. Hello, hi. I've got Chipotle because it's an easy option that had any kind of vegetables that's not simply fast food. And so here we are. Woo, it's full of shit. That's for sure. Trying to like quiet ASMR. I am unwrapping my Chipotle bowl for you guys to hear. Now. Yummy. That was pretty good. Yep. Anyway, hi. How's it going, everybody? Was it? No. Yes. Yes. Yeah. 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 This is your first time eating Chipotle? Well, welcome. I haven't eaten it for a while, actually. Ooh, what's that? Oh, ooh. So refreshing and delicious. Tiny diet, not diet. Tiny Dr. Pepper. Though I will say, Diet Dr. Pepper, like, is one of the diets that taste mostly like Dr. Pepper still. Like, it's one of the better ones, I feel like. Because, like, Coke and Diet Coke, they taste different. And people who like Diet Coke are here for Diet Coke. Not Coke, they're here for Diet Coke. Chipotle's, like, fine. It's definitely, like... It's a good alternative if you're just, like... You don't want, like, a burger. You don't want, like, your typical fast food. What am I feeling? But it's, like... Maybe you want something, like, fresher a little bit. You sure can't get a lot of fucking food from them, so... Coke Zero is just better than Diet Coke. What the fuck is Dr. Pepper 10? Refreshing mini can of Dr. Pepper. These little mini cans are like the perfect size. Like, I feel like they're just the perfect size of, like, soda. Like, yeah, sometimes I could go for a little more, but, like, that's on occasion. Most of the time, I'm perfectly good with a little guy. You know what I mean? Let's see. I'm trying to run over things in my mind here. But I think I've hit the broad strokes of what's happened while I've been gone for, like, an entire month. Oh, no, well, I said this on last stream. But I did win my Million Dreams Award that I was nominated for, and they are going to be sending me a little physical award, so that'll be really cute to have. I don't know where I'm gonna put it. As in, like, I would love for it to be somewhere you can see it, but, like, I don't know where to do that. I've got, like, it's like a folded little TV tray over there. I hope they put Sora on a soda can. Or a cup noodle cup like Cloud. Yeah, that'd be the good stuff. Or, like, on some ramune. It was Diet Dr. Pepper, but the mouth feels, is foamy. I see. Okay, okay. Okay, I can understand. Like, patched Diet Dr. Pepper. I think so, too. Anyway, my bowl is, like, so full of shit that, like, I can't, like, mix it around. Here, mukbang, here's my bowl of stuff. It's a lot more full than it looks like. So maybe I can turn you guys down a little. You can't see shit. You can see more of me though. That's great. That's why you're here, right? So Mmm. Ooh, that's huge. Okay. Mmm. Ooh, Korean corn dogs. Yum. Do you have it with the cheese? I didn't think I would be that into, like, I was like, okay, well, cheese, it would be nice. But that's just basically like an advanced mozzarella stick. I would like meat, right? But I was like, I'll give it a shot though. I want to like try it. Just as they're giving it to me, you know? And then I was like, actually, this shit fucking whips. Having 1/2 cheese and 1/2 like sausage. That's good shit. Korean corn dogs? Well, it's literally exactly what it says. They're corn dogs. But Korean. Like, they be going crazy over there with these goddamn corn dogs. They're, like, covered, like, wrapped in, like, cereal. And it's good, is the thing. The, like, sugary really goes well with the salt of everything inside. Yeah, with mozz. With little potato parts outside. Oh yeah, Canary, because we've shown you. It's over by the Rite Aid. There's like the 2 hands. One. And we were like, Canary's probably gonna like this a lot. We just haven't actually eaten at it. But we can. They got all sorts of fucking options. What am I hearing? I'm hearing like a sounds like a cat dying outside. It's probably just a child dying. Well, I guess they're dead. It stopped. So, what can I do? What can you do, huh? Okay. I'm eating. Let's talk about food. So I tried In-N-Out. I tweeted about it, but we're gonna discuss it. I tried In-N-Out. It's fine. I feel pretty middling about it. Middling to, like, somewhat positive. As in, like, I understand why people really like it. But I don't think it's doing anything any better than many other places. But it's, like, nothing compares to that fucking mushroom burger I had. That goddamn mushroom burger, like, mushroom cheese melt burger I had at fucking Whataburger, like, well, I would say the one time. I had it more than once. I'm, like, pretty sure. We, like, went back and I had it again because I needed it again. And it was really fucking good. But it's not like that. It's like, there are often, like, local... Okay. Anyway. We're a burp supportive zone here. So, either get on the train or get the fuck off. Like, you're here or you're not. Look, everybody has, like, some, like, local place they tend to really like. And it's just like, look, no, you don't understand. It's, like, the best thing ever. And I think it's usually, like, you've had enough exposure to this food, because it's local, right? To really find, understand, and appreciate the things that they do well. So sometimes it takes time to, like, find what makes this thing, like, so good to you. And that definitely happened to me with, like, a bit with, like, our local, like, Burgerville. And that I did recognize that I was like, oh, a lot of these ingredients are, like, really, really good. But their burger isn't really doing anything for me. But their chicken, it fucking slaps ass, right? And they have, like, a lot of, like, seasonal stuff. And so I'm always curious to try whatever new thing they brought around, which kept me coming back as well as I live here, right? But, like, it keeps me coming back. And then suddenly I was like, oh, actually, their regular burgers are, like, really fucking good. I just needed to, like, find the right ones that hit the right way for me. And then I was just like, oh, okay, now I'm starting to see, like, what in here, like, works so fucking well. Hold on. Do I have napkins? I have to, right? I'm, like, more than sure. Yes, I do. Boom. What a burger? I barely know her. But I feel like that's kind of like a case with like In-N-Out, is that like people have eaten it enough that they kind of have like figured out like what they like about it, and then they really latch onto that. And I can see how like their menu is super simple. In-N-Out is literally just burger, double burger, like it's like cheeseburger, double cheeseburger, like hamburger as in there is no cheese, a shake, and like fries. And like that's their entire fucking menu. 3 whole shake flavors. Okay, that's I know they have chocolate, I know they got vanilla. That's what we ended up tasting, and the chocolate was basically vanilla. It was you know, but anyway, it's something where I'm like, I'm sure like you've had this like pretty solid little burger enough times to like find like the strong points of this burger. And so people are like, wow, it's the best. And it's like, I don't think it's like necessarily the best. It's just like fine. It, like I said, it's a solid little burger. I understand how people get there. Their French fries I had were actively bad. They were like not good. Like I was like, I'm not like picky. I'm really not picky. And I was like, these fries kind of suck. These fries are like not good, and like they have a weird texture. Like it was something where it was like they didn't feel like they were like crispy, like they had gotten overcooked, because then you would get kind of crispity, crunchy, burnt. This shit was like devoid of moisture in a way that felt like it had been freeze dried. That's what the French fries were like. Like they're in the middle, it would be kind of okay, and then towards the sides, I was like eating like potato puff crisp I got from Costco maybe, but that's a little too forgiving, I feel like, because that would probably be good, and this one was not good. It was not good. It was like really actively deterring me from eating more. They were not good. And I tried both just the fries by themselves and animal fries. You know, I wanted to give it the full gamut. I wanted to try it out. I did not really care personally for the schmutz of the animal fries. They felt very disjointed, I guess, flavor-wise for me. And that's a personal thing. If you like all of the weird gook that they put in there, great. Good for you. I still think the fries are like just not actually good. But I don't fucking know. I don't know. In-N-Out really just like, as I'm just like, okay, it's a simple menu, simple fucking burgers. But they have like good fresh lettuce and like tomatoes and stuff like that. You get them light well done, or like you get them like well done, because I just got some. Look, if you can't just give me a like, the thing is, it's not even like a matter of like, ooh, get them like cooked in a way that you like, right? It's like there were some parts of these fries had ceased being French fry. It was just like crunchy, freeze-dried potato string. I don't understand what happened, and it was just actively unpleasant. There was like, I wasn't eating French fry anymore. Up to like, it'd be like the middle of the fry was kind of wet, moist, potatoey, you know, and plain, but like, you know, it's a fry. And then it was just like some weird crispity crunch that wasn't like actually crispy. It was just, had been like freeze dried. That's it. That's the only way I can put it, because that's exactly what it was. Because then I said this, and then I had also, I think, somebody being like, oh man, you should ask them for extra crispy. And I'm like, I don't think that's gonna solve the problem. I really don't. It's just funny to me. It's just like, oh man, fries devoid of potatoey moisture? Ask for extra crispy. But anyway, I had gotten like a double-double. It was fine. Not necessarily like, there were parts of it I didn't really care for, but as I ate it, it like cohesed more, if that makes sense. Kind of made me sick though, not gonna lie. Did not agree with my stomach very well. But it's whatever. It's just in and out. But I think people who are like, oh my god, in and out. And I'm like, okay, let's pull back just a little bit. It's not like the best shit I've ever had. It's a fast food burger. It's just a solid fast food burger. That's about it. You can get better ones at different places, and I don't even mean like restaurant burgers. Like, I rarely want a burger at a restaurant. I feel like I'm wasting my money. But there are places with like more going on. Not that the simplicity is bad, but like I feel like you can have a simple burger that still has more going on. I love In-N-Out, but it's absolutely overhyped. I feel like it's a big staple for Cali teen culture. Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, I think that's fine. These guys never had bento burger. There is a local place, the Whataburger behind your house moved. I'm so sorry. Here's the thing, is like having like the little exposure I had to like Whataburger, I was like nothing but like, oh fuck, oh yum. But I still just went in being like, it's a fast food place. So I didn't go in with like, oh my god, it's the best shit ever, you have to try this, right? As much. I mean, I guess, you know, P was like, okay, well, you have to try Whataburger because we're here. It's pretty good. You should try this. And I'm like, yeah, let's go. And I'm glad I did, but also I wish there was at least one somewhere outside of Texas, but which I know there are, but we know that the vast majority of them are in Texas overwhelmingly. Like, hilariously. The thing about Whataburger is that it's just a cultural identificator. Sorry, a piece of rice, one grain of rice really threatened me, and now I'm scared. No, I'm so scared. Oh yeah, adding the tumbling. I've been talking so much that I forgot I was hungry. And I haven't been eating. So much for a mukbang, but I'm doing my best. Now. Anyway. Does Twitch have a mukbang category? I need a co-host. Canary used to come down and co-host for me. And get her hair in my food. Yeah. I couldn't remember if I got pico in my order usually, and I thought I didn't, but then I was like, but I feel like I had onions of some kind. But I was right. I did not have pico in my order. It's fucking stuff up. It's fucking up the balance that I had. It won't kill me. But I'm sad about it. That's my fault. Let's see. Not that I'm just curious. Is there? No, there's not. There's not a mukbang category. I'm sorry, everybody. No mukbang. It's just chatting. It's all we got. Ugh. So sad. I'm like surprised, actually. There's like, quote, mukbang 3D, and it's like, I think, a game. And that's it. There's no actual just streaming mukbang category. Falling behind the times, to be frank. But, let me, hold on. Let me see if I can get that crisp romaine lettuce. Isn't there a sleeping category? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Let's see, but like local fast food places, because of Ludwig, of course. I feel like often it is very easy to overhype a local place because I feel like people do not know how to express what's good about a place without overhyping it. Like, oh, this place is good. Like, you should just try like their chicken is really good or blah blah blah. People just go, oh man, that's so fucking good. It's the best shit I've ever had, you know. And it's always just like, you gotta go try it instead of like, I had this one dish there and I really really liked it, you know. My coworkers asked me why I love Whataburger, and could you not put your love into words? Bro, I could not fucking tell you. It's just yummy. I mean, I just get it. I feel like they just do some stuff good. You know what I mean? But like, if I had to try and sell, like, oh, Burgerville here, right, is kind of the local place that everybody really likes. It's like a chain, but really in this like a kind of a small area. It like gets up into Washington a little bit, but like it's mostly here. Whataburger used to be way better. Then they changed the recipe on the fries and the toast. That happened to a lot of things, actually. They, like, there are a lot of things that was just like, oh, we're, quote, making things healthier. So a lot of places, like McDonald's is the biggest example, that they switched over to instead using a vegetable oil of some kind, where before, with, like, the fries, they used beef tallow, which was, like, yeah, no wonder everybody was like, the best fries I've ever fucking had were McDonald's, because that shit was incredible, and it was fried in beef fat, you know? But they changed it because fats are bad. We need a healthier alternative, like vegetable oil, and it turns out it's not even true. And actually a lot of like canola oil and vegetable oil and stuff like that are just actively like not that good for you. There are a lot of oils that are good for you. Olive oil is great for you. Avocado oil is great for you. Coconut oil is like fine. It's mostly that it's like tasteless. You know, it has other properties for it and stuff, but it's just like, yeah, it's healthier. It's cheaper. It's cheaper, and it like actively tastes worse. Like it's people are not, hello, hey, welcome. But it's like, people are like not fucking joking when they say they're like, oh yeah, this shit used to taste better. And it's not just nostalgia, like they actually changed shit about the recipe, and it both is cheaper, it's quote healthier, and now it tastes worse. And it just turns out like actual like animal fat is actually pretty good for you. Obviously you should not be having too much of anything, but things need fat to taste good. Salt and fat are like how we taste things. And so, not like, so, like, you can have, like, a fucking piece of lettuce and you can taste it, right? But, like, as far as, like, food that tastes good to us, like, you are cooking in salt and fat, one way or another. Mexican Coke sucks ass now. It's been a little bit since I've had one. But hold on. I feel like I was gonna say something I don't remember. I lost it. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff like that it's just like, oh yeah, it does taste worse because they changed things. And then I've been like kind of switching over a little bit lately, that I was like, oh, I was using a lot of just like some whatever fucking vegetable oil. And then I'm just like, I'm just gonna use butter because it just has like good stuff in it for you, actually. Used to be made with cane sugar, right? President ordered Coke to not a couple. Well, now what are they putting in it? but even less than US Coke, so it just doesn't taste good. That's so weird and sucks. God, I cannot keep choking on my food. Oh, right. I was trying to remember what I was gonna say. Both, like, sugar and fat, as much as, like, both of them have been made out to be, like, evil, basically, neither of them really are. It's just, like, and what sucks is that, like, oh, yeah. Here he is. What sucks is that basically there was, like, a pretty, like, there was a dividing point of, like, we're basically going to, like, pin one or the other as being, like, evil, terrible, you can't eat it. And it happened to be fat, and so, you know, what happened then was they took all of the fat out of everything, but then they would replace it with a bunch of other shit and a fuck ton of sugar to make up for, like, a total lack of this thing that's just kind of necessary for the food to exist and also taste nice. And so suddenly it makes, like, sugar and all of these, like, alternative, like, sweeteners and all this stuff. Like, they just had to go overboard on everything else, which is, believe it or not, super unhealthy when you ingest these things in, like, large quantities. And so it's not good for anybody. And then it's just, like, sugar isn't, like, evil or bad for you. Like, added sugars to things are where it kind of gets you. Like, natural sugars are definitely a lot better for you. So, like, eating fruit and other stuff, great, fine. Like, a bit of, like, added sugars, it's just, like, that's something it's, like, good to keep an eye on, right? But sugar is just sugar. And fat is just fat. But also, like, these are also, like, things that are, like, necessary for your diet in varying quantities. And, I don't know. It's just annoying. It's fucking annoying. I just want my food to taste good, and not be forced to consume, like, awful amounts of sugar just to have my super preserved, like, fucking fuck-off potato chip. My fat-free potato chip. I don't know. It's bullshit. But anyway, I need you guys to know. Really important. This happened to me last night. I was just eating, like, some kimchi on rice at, like, midnight at my table, alone. Just having a moment. Eating this kimchi and thinking about how incredible the world is. The kimchi was, like, so good. It was hitting so good that I was faced with the beauty of the world. That I was like, oh, food is so good. There's so much good food in the world. Oh, God. Oh, life is so worth living. And I'm just, like, eating kimchi and rice. And it was so good. It just hit so right in that moment. But it has been for the past, like, several days. And then I ate all of what we have. And now we're out of kimchi. And I'm kind of sad about it. Where did I get the kimchi? At, fucking, I think they got it. I wasn't there when we got it, but I'm pretty sure it was gotten from Waji's. Which is, like, like an Asian general, but, like, Japanese, more specific, more Japanese-leaning, like, supermarket. That we go to a lot. And it's just, like, I'm pretty sure it's, like, a local one. The kimchi was just good. I can't even say it's like, wow, it's the best kimchi I've ever had. It was just exactly what I wanted and needed for, like, the past several days. So, I just love kimchi. Fuck. One of the beauties of the world, fermented foods. So good for you. And they all taste so good. Incredible shit. I love kimchi. I love natto. What else is fermented? Pickled anything. Fuck yes. I love pickles. We pickled stuff by ourselves for the first time. When we were in Mexico and I was eating my little steamed tacos, and they're like, here's like a whole basket of the little spicy pickled carrots, and I ate like the whole thing by myself. I was just eating the little pickled carrots like the whole time. And they were like not small. They were like big ass hunks of carrots. And I was just like, yep, these tacos are great. And then I just kept eating the fucking... I did hear about the 4% vinegar. I did hear about that. For people who didn't, for some reason, some brands of vinegar are only like 4%. And they're supposed to be 5 if you want your pickled anything to have a shelf life. Like, if you were to make it with the 4% and stick it in your pantry, that shit's gonna go bad. And this is like a weird sneaky change that happened recently that everybody like had to warn each other about, because they were like, it's really small. If you do not see it there, like, you could very possibly give yourself like food poisoning if you're not careful. And I don't know why they're just deciding to change it, other than maybe they're being cheap, you know, but I can't say I be pickling that often. We've only pickled things once. That was good. I love pickles. Here's a story. Here's background. Niku lore. When I was a wee little child. I loved pickles. I would eat everything, but I loved pickles. And I would eat the pickle about halfway, and I guess I'd get kind of done. And then I would suck the pickle dry. I'm pretty sure I've told this fucking story, but I would suck it like dry, just totally like pickle carcass. And I was a child, so I would set it down and then I'd just leave it. And so my mom would just like find, like, that's how she described them. She would just like, I would just find pickle carcasses around the house, just somewhere, you know, where it was just like this little gripped, like, vampire sucked pickle left wherever. And that never went away. I mean, I'll drink like pickle juice out of the jar. I love pickled beets, like, really specifically. I also really like pickled carrots, especially if they're spicy. And with like cauliflower, ooh, that's good. That's good. The really thinly shaved like radish. That's just good too. Do I have any favorite fruits? I have to think, hold on. Because there are fruits I really like. Hold on, maybe if I talk about them, because I do really like mango. I love cherries. I love cherries. So that's definitely up there. I do love nectarines. A lot. Fruits I hate? Nothing really comes to mind. Genuinely. Like, that's something where it's like, there are very few foods that, like, I actively dislike. Very, very few. And even then, I've typically had them in a way that I did like at some point. I love tomato. I love tomatoes. I love avocados. If we're going into the, like, it's a fruit, you know, I fucking love avocados. They're like avocados are one of the blessings of the planet Earth, basically. They're incredible. Just like I was saying, garlic, one of the best things on the planet. One of God's greatest gifts to the world is just garlic in general. For any reason or any use, garlic is one of the most vital, I feel like, cornerstones of, like, cooking the world over. Avocados are kind of cracked, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's true. It's fucked up. Avocados are incredible, and they're really good for you. Though you shouldn't have them, like, all the fucking time, but, you know, they're still really good for you. Garlic bread slaps, but like, just garlic in general for anything. Like, you have hot pot, you got your big chunks of garlic. They're just floating around in there. You get the weird scum on top of the hot pot. And then the garlic is like mush, but it like has a shape. It's just you pop it into your mouth and it's just like garlic butter at that point. And it's, ooh, it's the best. Oh my god. Slurps the scum. But no, I feel like if I go for fruit, I probably go like fruit, and then I might put berries in a different category. I fucking love raspberries, but my favorite berry might be like berry. It's still like, it's like a, isn't it technically like a stone fruit because it's got its little bit? I don't know. Fruit small. Cherries. I fucking love cherries. Probably one of my most favorites generally, and I love cherry pie. And cherries are one of those ones that like I'll keep eating, and then I get sick because I ate way too many at once. Yeah, cherries are a stone fruit, but like, I'm gonna say berry-wise, they're my favorite. But if I have to choose a berry, I want to say raspberries, but I feel like it's less eating the raspberry these days. Or maybe it's just the raspberries I get at the store. I feel like they're so dry compared to the ones I used to eat as a kid, which I was literally picking off of the bush and eating like right then. And that shit slapped. And I love raspberry flavored things. I love raspberry jam, you know. But like, I feel like raspberries, like every time I get them at the store, they are like extra dry. And I just not, I don't know. Strawberries are great. Blueberries are great. You wish you liked raspberries? Oh, huh. I'm sorry for your loss. Raspberries are fantastic. Never been one for pineapple? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Pineapple is another one that's just like, there's nothing quite like pineapple. It's so fucking good. Oh my god, I love pineapple. I'm sorry you guys can't experience the joy of a good pineapple or like a roasted pineapple. I'm sorry the pineapple hurts you. It's very, very acidic, like I get it. Braeburn apples? What's a Braeburn? Peak Lady apples are just fairly good. Have you guys had the little guys? The little apples? They're like rocket apples. Or as I call them, God's intended apple size, because every apple I've ever had is like this fucking big, and like there's no way I can eat this in one sitting. I do like Granny Smith apples though, but I like tart shit. I want that shit to make me salivate. And it's like, Granny Smith apples are good, like, if you slice it up. Like, I want to have, like, I'm not here to fucking bite into that motherfucker. It's just not as doable as just having slices. Whenever I get to the pineapple part of an ice pop, I throw it. No! Give it to me. Rocket apples are the only apples I can finish. Yeah, rocket apples are the only one that, like, I'd have them, and I have, like, a little apple snack, and I'm like, that's the perfect size. Just like this tiny Dr. Pepper can. You know, some things should simply be smaller. Also, strawberries should be smaller, only because when they're super big, they do not have as good flavor. Like, it's not as concentrated. But when you get those kind of small, and they're, like, really red, you know, and you're like, oh, that fucking, you see them, your eyes fucking yink, and you know that strawberry is gonna whip ass, and it does. And it's never, like, sometimes the big ones. Sometimes. But not all the time. I love peaches, but I've found over time that I like nectarines more than peaches. Just to eat, but I love peach things. Yeah. But I still love peaches, don't get me wrong. I love peaches. Ooh, Dole Whip is good. Who the fuck is saying Dole Whip is bad? Nectarines are underrated. A nectarine, I'll destroy it. It's very just like me over the sink and just like trying to eat a fucking nectarine. But it's so good. It's the only way you can eat the goddamn thing. You don't get to have like a napkin or something. Like that shit is like soaked through anytime you try to eat a nectarine. I had like a neighbor who had fruit trees who had nectarines. That shit was good. That shit was real good. It's the way God intended. Loose and wet and wild. Sloppy style. Over God's sink. If memory serves me right, God said you should eat a nectarine, sloppy style, over the sink. Caring not what others think of you, as you slurp that delicious nectar down. Apples and roses are the same family of plants. Apples and peaches also originate from China. Apples are not in fact American, no. But what do nectarines taste like? They are very closely related to peaches, right? Because, like, I'm trying to think of, like, what's a good proxy? Like, harder peaches. Oh, they're not. I would describe them as, like, peach kind of without the fuzz. Well, I believe oranges are American. Oh, they are not. That's what you're answering. Peach, but more sour, like good sour. The humble pawpaw fruit that has 0 shelf life, so it cannot be exported anywhere else to the rest of the United States. Yeah, I want a fucking nectarine. How do we feel about pears? Nobody's brought up a pear. Not once. Nobody's brought up a single pear. Because I think pears are so easy to have bad versions of. It's so easy to have a bad pear. Never had a pear in your life. I hope you can have one at some point, because they're really good. They're like really good when they're good. I just got, like, apparently we're coming into pear season. I was at the farmer's market, and, they had a fuck ton of pears, so I got, like, a few Asian pears, that are hard as rocks right now, but, like, oh, they're gonna be so good once I can eat them. But I've never had a taco before. Damn. There's so much good food in the world. I look forward to the time you get to try these things. For you. You know? I hope you get to try them and enjoy them someday. Can't wait for pomegranates to start getting stocked. I always just remember this fucking, like, my buddy Jason getting pomegranates from Costco, and you could only get things, like, in sets of 40. And so we had this big fucking thing of these huge... They're not even like, here's a bunch, but they're kind of small. Like, they're like the size of your head, and there's a million of them. And by a million, I mean like 6 or 8 or some shit, whatever set it was in. And they were fucking gigantic, and we like could not eat these goddamn pomegranates as much as we like them. It was just like, there's no way you can get this just for like, haha, fun at home, I'm just getting a little bit of fruit. And it was like, no, it becomes like a task. You know, there's way too many. Because it's already like a task to get everything out of there in the first place. And now we have like 8 of them, and they're all way too big. Come on. Pomegranates, though. Damn, that's some good shit. That's some good shit, those pomegranates. That's a grape. Like, pomegranates are great. A great fucking fruit. I almost said grape several times, but also on the subject of grapes. I love grapes. That's another one that you can get kind of shitty grapes. You know what I mean? When you get those good fucking, those tight, delicious grapes. They gotta be tight, and you know what I mean when I say this. They're like taut and so full of grape. Oh, grapes are so fucking good. Exactly, the crisp grape. Yes, exactly. It has to be like the green one too. Like, I like the other grapes just fine, but it's like that fucking fat ass, like, tight, crispy. I just want to describe it as tight, okay? That tight, sexy little grape. I fucking, oh god, you can eat so many of them in one sitting. They're so easy to eat, you just go crazy. It's like ape brain activates anytime it's like berries or like small fruit, and you just... Every time. Grape with that tight, juicy puss. The grussy. Mm-hmm. I need that delicious, tight, grussy. Thank you. Yum yum. Canary. Yeah, honestly, I'm like, yeah, yep, that makes sense. I can see it. Oh. My dog Duke was my idol. Okay, but did you act like a dog, or were you just eating the grapes? Did you pick them up, or did you put your face to the ground? Also, grapes are very bad for dogs, it's true. These ad breaks are like way too long. I'm gonna have to like fix them. Okay, you put your face to the ground, got it. I mean, I've known people who, as children, would pour soda into the carpet and then suck the soda out of the carpet because it tasted better. And they just did this as kids. And I'm just like, how often would you, like, how did your parents just let you do this? I don't understand. What? That's just soda in your carpet. Like, how? You're gonna get ants? You're gonna get mold? Like, I love how, like, several people who have not been talking at all, like, were compelled. They had to say something to be like, excuse me? Like, I see you coming out of the woodwork to question, but hey, kids are dumb as hell. Like, they're just like, no, you know, and they just do this, like, several times and without repercussion. Like, they don't get sick. Nothing fucking happens. Like, they're just like, yummy, and then eventually they just stop, or they forget they ever did it, you know. It's... I don't know. I don't know. It wasn't me. There's an ad for the first ever gaming toga. Dude, use a bedsheet. What is happening? I just remember ripping a small piece of paper and I ate it. I used to chew on my hair for a little while. Thank you for enabling emote only mode. You might be able to turn that off because I might just turn off the, absolutely is heard. Alert box? I can still hear it though. That's not great. How do I, like, mute you? Stop that. Okay, yeah, everybody going crazy. Going hog. Let me see. Hold on. Alert box. How do I mute you specifically? Audio monitoring. Mute output. How long is this? This is not making it easy for me to just mute them. Can I see you? Can you show me? This is annoying. I'm so sorry. How do I, please, status turned off. But I can still hear it. Can you guys still hear it? I'll know if you guys can still hear it in a moment. Yeah, okay. Hey, can this stop? What if I just deleted it? Like, because I don't know if you guys, I don't think you guys can see it. I did have somebody come in and drop a, like, I was saying to them, like, kids are dumbasses. And then they said, like, how can you call kids dumbasses? And then let them take puberty blockers. And it's just like, oh. Okay. We'll get the fuck out. There's the door. And now all of this is happening? And I'm like, If I just delete it. I'm just, delete it. I'll just deal with that later. No alert box. Wait. I still heard it. What is happening? Excuse me. No. Like, it shouldn't be showing up at all, because that should be where the sound is coming from. And yet, here we are. I can... Yeah, the call is coming from inside the house. I can just mute the desktop and then you guys don't have to hear it, but then we won't have music for a bit. So, anyway, people are weird. And kids be soaking. They'd be sucking soda out of carpet, you know? It's true. It's true. What time is it? How long am I doing this? 3 hours and 45 minutes. It's crazy. I still have food. So tired of this. I love food. I think it's just because I was really taking my time to eat that I only I got full. Which I guess is a good thing. That's fine. Snack for later. Anyway, I don't know if it's still emote only, but it doesn't have to be. How am I supposed to talk about fruit if people can't tell me about fruit? If they can't say, I want to fuck peaches. I spit so much just now. Like, what am I supposed to do? Someone comes in and they tell me how a pineapple has personally hurt them and killed their dad. Like, how am I supposed to know? Still going, by the way. Just in case you're wondering. Block, so only people who followed for a certain amount of time can talk. Because pineapples kill my grandma, okay? Nobody's saying anything, so I'm not worried about that. And also, this happened before. I don't understand what people get out of this, per se. Like, being, like, follow bombed like I am. Like, what? It's not like a bunch of people are, like, coming in here and saying a bunch of weird shit. They have in the past, but, like, it was pretty infrequent. But this was, like, one person saying a weirdo thing, and then suddenly now I have all of this again, and I'm just like, what? Other than being sort of annoying, because I have to hear a sound for a while, it's not like I'm being, like, harassed, so I don't know. Yeah, spam follows, that'll teach him, woo! I'm just like, my number just, like, artificially goes up, I guess, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, sure, I guess. Yeah, I saw that too, that it was, like, possible ban evader, and it's like, okay. I mean, bye, again, I guess. So, anyway. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't understand it. I mean, I don't understand, like, going in to be like, I'm gonna say terrible shit to somebody on stream. Not even just out of, like, why would you be mean? I'm just like, it takes, like, a second for them to just, like, remove you entirely. Like, it's, like, nothing. And, like, granted, like, people have different, varying levels of, like, what they can deal with, or, like, what eventually, like, affects them, kind of a thing. And, like, I could not give less of a shit, so you could not be wasting your time, like, more than, like, trying to harass me over something and coming in like, you're fat, and I'm like, and then I ban them, and then, like, I just move on, it's fine. I genuinely don't give a shit. But it's something that, like, even if you're doing something that's, like, effective, where someone maybe be like, oh, that, that makes them feel bad, or kind of makes them upset. I guess that's what they're looking for, but, like, I feel like it's just something that's so easy to go, like, and then you ban them, and then they stop talking. Like, they can't interact anymore, and just like, what do you get out of this? There's no return. I don't understand it. Ugh. But then again, I have, like, hobbies and friends and things I like to do and things I like to talk about, like food, extensively for, like, an hour. I love to talk about that. So maybe that's a part of it, The inner mechanism of their minds are an enigma. Yeah, it's like a hollow canyon sound. Apparently, there are some extensions that can stop the follower bots or remove them. Probably, but I think it finally stopped, by the way. I don't. Oh, no, wait. No. I forgot my headset turned off. No, it's still going. Ha, that's really funny. Still fucking going. I don't. Thanks. Anyway. Well, now I'm all mukbanged out. I've been mukbanged. Um, and I don't know what else to bring up. I mean, Final Fantasy VII looks cool. You know, I can't wait to play that. I don't know what else to add to it other than like Jesus Christ. Oh my god. They definitely know what they're doing, but like woo! You need to talk about the carpet. I have like no and I have nothing to add about the carpet. Just that sucking and slurping soda out of the carpet tastes better, apparently. Any Baldur's Gate 3 impressions? No. I look forward to seeing the characters, and I'm even more interested knowing that like it was like actors, you know, actually like it's not just and I'm doing motion capture and then somebody else is voicing it. Like it's like them playing a character. And I'm very interested to see how that translates. In like all I've ever heard is like how good the like character basically like the character acting and like just the characters in general and how like endeared everybody is to all of them basically. But we are going to play it, at least we plan to soon enough. And so I haven't been seeking anything out about it. It's anything I see in passing people talk about, but like most anything that maybe is considered a spoiler, I have zero context for. So I have no idea if it is it important? I don't know. People want to fuck Asterion or whatever. And I've seen clips with him that I'm like, oh, he looks fun and funny. I get it. Like I get why people are interested in him generally. So and then a bunch of guys were really upset because of the what's her name? Carlock? I don't know. I've never heard it said out loud. Anyway, a bunch of dudes going like, "Hey, is this a bug? She like fucked me." Like she's like, of course they did not have the language to say that she is like pegging them, but like just like something went wrong with my game, you know? And it's just like, no, dude, she just fucks you, okay? And it's like, look at her. Would you not want that? Like, come the fuck on, look at her. Like, it's one of those things where it's like them talking about it and complaining, being like, I thought, like, is there something wrong with my game? She pegs you, and I'm like, she does? Do you promise? Like, like, oh, okay, yeah. What did they think was gonna happen? I don't know. But I'm happy it's not whatever they thought it was going to be, I guess. Let's put it that way. So, you know. That's an amazing bug. That's crazy. I look forward to it. You'd have to work hard to have a bug that good. Like, their idea was that, like, it was, like, the wrong scene loaded in with, like, the models or, you know, something like that, I guess. You know, and it's just like, no, she's just fucking you, dude. You should be grateful. But, hey, what can I say? People are babies, so... They wouldn't know good taste. And then bits of if it fucked him in the ass, you know? Because obviously they didn't. Anyway, I look forward to playing Baldur's Gate, but we have yet to have the chance. But things are evening out a little bit. Also, my birthday is next month, like way sooner than I realized, because I've been busy and I don't understand the flow of time. So, that's happening soon. I'm sure you'll hear much more about it as we get closer. But, you know, just so you're all aware. Ha ha ha, hee hee hee. Twirl my hair. It was good. It was good. We made food. Made, hamburger, steak with mushroomy, fun, yummy gravy and some mashed potatoes. I thought that came out really good. And broccoli, and then just like a nice cheesecake. It was just like, oh, it's just nice to like make a nice little dinner for my friend for their birthday, you know. But My nose is kind of like runny just because it's like I'm all gooed up from the food, all the liquid. I was eating spicy stuff. Another great fruit, watermelon. Watermelon, fantastic. Cantaloupe, really, really good if you get a good cantaloupe, but it is so easy to get a bad cantaloupe, so I don't blame anybody for hating it. But know that there's better cantaloupe out there. Forgot to ask, was the broccoli better than the store stuff? The broccoli was really good. I don't remember if it was better than the store stuff, but like there were some other broccoli I saw at one of the stalls that looked even better than the shit I got, but I had bought that broccoli first. So we might just have to try a different broccoli from a different place. It was like so green, it was almost kind of like blue in places, you know what I mean? It was just so broccoli. So we'll have to see. I'll fuck a cantaloupe. Cantaloupe is so good. Honeydew is so good. Food is good. Food is so good. I love food so much. One of life's greatest pleasures is eating food. Yeah, we should do that. I like to go to the farmer's market. We've been doing that a lot recently. Cannot encourage enough. Go try to just find out where a farmer's market is near you. And get some fucking fresh vegetables from your farmer's market and see how much of a difference that shit can make, because it's kind of bonkers how, like, it's also like something where like we'll get something that usually dies out pretty quickly, and you know, where it's just like, oops, I forgot to make it like this week and it went bad. And then we had some shit that like lasted for so fucking long because it was just so freshly from the farm, you know? I don't get up early enough for a farmer's market. Some of them last longer. Some of them, like, because we have one here that goes from like 12 to like, not 12. I forget when it starts, but it ends at like 2. And it's like, I'm at least usually waking up at like 12-ish. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, I can get up enough to go. Because it takes like, it does not take a lot of shopping. You know what I mean? It depends on the farmer's market itself, I suppose, but also, you know, it depends on your schedule, I guess. But if you're holding a day job, I'm pretty sure that there are ones that would be open reasonably within some window of time you could go to. But it's good. It's good. It's fun to like get a vegetable that looks good and then just find a recipe for it, I guess. So I recommend it. It's been a lot of fun just going out there and then being like, oh, this is at this place that's somewhere close by, and like getting a better sense of like where shit is like around us. And then they got a lot of food trucks. It's good. And then I get a little shawarma fucking wrap thing with like the freshest vegetables I've ever had. And it's so good. Yum. Any stream plans? Depending on how things go before the hold on. So Saturday is like the last day of the month. And I don't know if we're actually going out. Some of our plans have been tossed into the air, let's say. And so if we're here just around on Saturday, I might have a draw pile stream, because we have not had this month's draw pile stream because I have been busy. Yeah, we aren't going out on Saturday, so then we can have a draw pile stream on Saturday. How does that sound? So we can have our one a month and try to keep that streak going as much as possible. But I would like to get back to playing some Recoded and just some easy, I don't know. I'll see if I can plan some stuff out, and then I also wanted to plan out like a little movie watching thing for the Discord. I just have a lot of little things I'm trying to do all at once, and I'm bad at doing that. So I'm like trying to work on merchandise, and then I have like some commission stuff I have to do, and life's hard. You know, life is real difficult. Drawing characters I like and then getting money for it. God. I hate that. I hate that. It sucks. Ugh. I Still thinking of a baking cooking stream. I would love to. I have to like more earnestly look into how I would to do that. But I think that would be very fun. You're so brave. Thank you. I work so hard. Haha. I say, and like I'm in my the same clothes I was wearing yesterday. Like my hair kind of looks like shit all over. I'm just like, Pluto. God, life's so hard. Hi. Hey, welcome. Is it still going, by the way? Hold on. It's still going. By the way, if you were wondering, the follower bot spam thing that's going on, still going. Really cool. It's great. But now that the stream has hit like 4 hours, I guess I wouldn't mind ending it. My ass kind of hurts from sitting in the chair. As you saw earlier, as I old man grunted and groaned and in aches and pains because I was like sitting slouched on my fucking pelvis and just destroying myself for some reason without noticing. I guess it wouldn't be a bad thing for me to like stretch and do something else for once. Hope those bots at least watch them as that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be awesome. So cool. Give me money. Hee And Saw was still going, yeah. Well, it's like circumstances make it so like dinner is just I could just eat it at the desk and have my mukbang. So otherwise, typically like stopping for dinner is just convenient. It's just like an easy like cutoff point. You know what I mean? So yeah, usually I would not be streaming at this point. But like feeling a little silly, feeling a little crazy, you know? Ah. Let's go 2K followers. Hold on. You guys want to see the lanyard charm I'm working on? Here, let me get rid of some bits and bobs really quick. You're just gonna see me do this real fast. Okay? Okay. Hold on. I'm preparing for you to see. Okay. I go here, I do this, I click that. And if I go over here, that's not what I want. Don't look at that part. That's like, hey, by the way, that's still fucking going. So cool. Let me see here. If I could just boom. Turn that off and then turn this off and then no, I didn't upload the TGS VOD yet. I just simply fucking forgot. I have to go and like splice some of the footage together and I haven't done it yet. Anyway. So I did this. Christmas Crimby. I think he came out so cute. Ta-da. Woo. I have this, but special edition. He has a different side. Ta-da. Ooh, I'm still like tweaking and changing some things because there's some stuff that don't overlap quite right as like I want them to. So I've been adding like some snow like this. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. Ooh, what's that? What is? Oh, I know what that is. I have to like fix something over here. I had to like change something and then whatever. Ignore that part, but that's fine. Ta-da. This is merch for the con. I mean, I'm not Canary. I'm not in the con. Jess got in the con, not me. I'm just making merch to make merch. Any merch I have would go with me to a con, though. Yeah, I'm not. I did not get in. None of us got in. But anyway, yeah, this is one of the ones here. It's okay. We'll get it at some point. As you can see, there's some overlap that does not quite work, which is why I have to fudge things. But I really wanted his shoes to be the right shape, because it's cute and it's good. So here you go. Just like that one picture Nomura drew one time where he made him Christmas Sora, but like kind of in his Christmas outfit, but like not in his regular clothes. Did he get a boost from the Million Dreams Awards? I don't know. I guess not exactly. I mean, like when I had announced generally that I had stock, I had a flood of purchases and now I'm out of pins again. You guys keep buying all of my shit up, so I have to make another order, which is why I'm making this, so I can put it with the order and restock the pins a third time. So, or just restock a second time, but stocking the pins a third time, I guess. So, but anyway, here you have it. This is this. I'm still kind of like tweaking little bits and pieces because I've just been really distracted. But the live chat when I won. Yeah, I have no idea. I didn't see the live chat when I won. I have no idea. I just saw what you guys were saying in my own Discord, so I'm assuming they got to you safe and sound, P. The little pins. The little guys. I'll have those pins one day. Well, when I fucking stock them again. I'd love to see you thrive. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good. They're very well behaved. Excellent. Wonderful. I'm glad. No. Ad break? It's already going? Oh my fucking god. Okay, Jesus Christ. Back over here. Hi. Sora just honk shoe me all day. Didn't see the live chat, but I caught a message that was like, I don't care who this is, but they're great kind of thing. That's nice. I wonder if it's like available for, it's probably, no, wait. I don't know. Is it too long since it's been? I could probably go look in the, on their one. I don't know. I don't know, but is it still going? Let me look. I think it finished. I think the follows finished. I think. Yeah, I don't hear anything. We're finally free, but that's also I kind of want, I'm thinking I'm going to end stream now. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm tired a little bit. Probably because I ate a bunch of food. Believe it or not, that happens. So I may call it here, but on Saturday we can hang out and do a draw pile, and that'll be fun. That'll be good, I think. That'll be good for us, okay? It'll be good for us, like right in here. So, be healthy for us, babe. We need to have tasks we do together, okay? And we're back. Wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream now. I need a break. We'll do a drop pile stream on Saturday. Okay, this Saturday it'll happen. I'll try to start maybe a little earlier in the day. We'll see how that goes. And have a good time. But until then, I'm gonna go probably take a shit and lie down. It'll be very exciting. It's very exciting for me. And also, I'm gonna feed my Snorlax. Now that will be exciting. Until next time, Saturday. Bye. Have a great time. Have a great weekdays. All right, have fun, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. 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 Get out of here. Bye bye. See you later. Bye. Goodbye. Bye.